Journalists, in summary, crimes against journalists. And given that we are dealing with a security matter, we have invited the security head from the hotel to help us with security awareness. I'm a self-awareness when we are in this hotel. So, Madam, karibu sana.
All right, good morning. My name is Agneta from Security, as you have just heard. So first of all, on behalf of the management, allow me to welcome you to Sarova Woodlands. We do appreciate you for choosing to stay with us. So I'm here to give you a safety brief so that you can know what to do in case of emergencies. So number one, we have the issue of search, where we conduct a vehicle search at the main entrance. So in case anyone has a car, each time you come in with it, it will be searched at the main entrance. At the lobby area, we also have physical and luggage scanning. If you have a backpack, handbag, or a suitcase with you, it will be passed through the scanner. Same area, we note down vehicles. That is just to give us your plate number for number and name. In case you're in the meeting and you have a flat tire, or maybe you forgot your window open and it's raining, we can be able to call you and inform you about that immediately. Second point about fire emergencies, we don't have any fire drill in the hotel, so in case we hear any fire alarm, we are advised to exit using the stairs instead of the elevators. So this floor, you can exit either through that door, these are the two doors. Follow the stairs till ground floor. When you reach at ground floor, the same door you have used to get in with, use it to get out. And on the left farthest hand side, we have the fire assembly point. There's another exit at the back. There's a door here, written staff only. We can as well use it. And we have the luminous green signages to direct us using the stairs till the ground floor on the other side, which is the staff entry. We have trained fire marshals to help us in evacuation, and also first aiders in case there'll be anyone who'll be injured. My third point about terrorism, in case of such a scenario, we have the GSU just 5 minutes away from us here in State House. We have military personnel from the Lanet Barracks 15 minutes away from us. We have Robinson and also security who can come for backup. But as help comes, you and I can do these two things to help ourselves. One, we run. Do you remember when Morife was told, Morife, don't run? Here now, tuna Morife. We run so fast, either to go to a safer location or to hide. And then two, we can hide. When we are hiding, we consider three things. The place should be totally dark so that no one can see you. Turn off any beeping gadget so that there's no sound. And then three, don't stand near any window. We can do that as help comes. My fourth point, housekeeping amenities, the washrooms. Ladies, after this door, just on the left side, you'll see the ladies' washrooms. For the gents, head straight, and then after 2-3 stairs, the left-hand side door, it's the gents' washrooms. All the taps are sensor taps. Place your hand near the tap and water is going to flow. Tea and snack, you'll have it out here. But lunch, you're gonna go to Cinnamon Restaurant. So when you go for lunch, there's no need of you carrying your bags or your laptops to the restaurant. You can as well leave them in this room, and then our security who's around here will lock up all the doors so that your things are secure. After lunch, when you come back, that's the only time when the doors are going to be open. My last point about our prayer room. In case anyone needs a prayer room, head to the reception, which is in ground floor, and then a room and a mat will be provided for you. So that's all I have. And once again, thank you so much. Welcome.
Asante Agneta. Si huko nyumbani tunaitanga Agnes ni Agneta. Si ndio? Asante sana. I think as we noted, all our guests are around, save for one who is taking tea. Obviously, you are all our guests, and you are the people who matter. See you. Now, just quick notes. We want to save time. So for the speakers, the key people who will speak in the opening remarks, please keep it to about 5 to 6 minutes. The keynote. Just reorganize your points. We are the people who train others how you keep it one message, how you keep it short. But when we come to speak, we speak for 30 minutes ourselves. Sasa na hiyo ndio tunafundisha watu huku nje. Sio SG. Yeah, keep it short, one message or two messages. Otherwise, we lose everything, and we say our events are not covered, but it's just the way we message. For the panelists, and we are all here for the panelists, if you are a panelist, please again, don't come to make a presentation. As a panelist, I mean, many of you have been panelists before, is to share short points, key issues on the matters you are discussing with, so that then it allows people to, and for the moderators, make sure that you divide the session into where people speak, the panelists, and the plenary also speaks. Sure. Yeah, so that is a conversation. As you are aware, this event is being streamed live. So ukitembea, ukicheka, ukikula, ujue huko unaonekana nje paka ya nje. Usiongee tu ajua alama, ukitembea tu utasikikwa in compromising situation. Mimi I have already warned you. So just be conscious that we are being streamed live. So be conscious of that, sure. So that then you are not caught off guard or sleeping. So again, early sleeping is a sign of stress. So usionyeshe watu dunia mzima uko na stress, mkutano inaanza 9 na umeshalala. So please just be conscious. I mean, there's nothing much, but just be conscious that the meeting is being streamed live, so it might get you good. I think the other thing also, let's also not struggle so much. We mix these panels. Kiswahili and English are our national languages. So don't strain yourself that you must speak in English. You can also speak Swahili so that we get to your point. What we are interested in is more the point, not the language. So again, just feel free in a language you can better express yourself so that we communicate instead of wazungu wenyewe hata wako hapa, hata sioni hata mmoja hapa. Sisi tunajizungua na Kizungu. Lakini kama uko comfortable, well and good, sio? But make yourself comfortable and communicate. Don't think like anybody is forcing you. Both Kiswahili and English are languages that are allowed. And where it's extreme that you can't even speak any of them, then you allow us to get a translator. You remember the Kericho issue, MCA's issue, sure? So we don't want to create scenes. So be comfortable, that's what we are saying, sure? Hii ni event yetu, tunaongea, tunaelewana. Asante. Wale ambao mko na simu zenye ziko na online enabled na bundles zinakusumbua, ama you can save your bundles kwa sababu wifi iko hapa. Sasa unaenda tu at Katiba. Katiba ni ile Katiba Institute. Usiandike constitution, haina translation. Katiba ya Kiswahili. At Katiba. Capital letters. Tumia wifi ya hapa paka saa 7 tukitoka, save bundles zako, sio? Please, tunataka tusaidiane na mna hiyo. So please, at Katiba ndio wifi. Thanks bwana hiyo. So tuko sawa? Tumeweka sawa. Now we want to start the meeting now officially, and as always been, we will start with the national anthem ya Kenya na East Africa. Sijui vile mmefanya wa Tanzania kwa mtandao kama East Africa itadumu ama itayumba yumba, kwa sababu ulikuwa unafikiria hizo elections za Kenya, Wakenya wanaumwa kuliko wa Tanzania wenyewe. So unashinda, but that's how we are, sio? But so please, nani iko muziki huko ama tunaimba wenyewe? Weka wimbo ya taifa ya Kenya na alafu weke East Africa. Tuone, si ndio inashinda maombi. Maombi na wengine watu wanaleta personal problems, wanaomba kwa mkutano. Sasa wacha tuimbe wimbo ya
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Mungu twaomba ulinde juu
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Wataenda 3 stanzas. Vile tulianza kusema kusummarize, na iko apple wanakula asubuhi, so usiwaje ikakaa hapo ikaharibika kula saa hii kama iko kwa meza yako. Ndio uanze siku yako mzuri, sio? Ndio Josephine. Hapo unakula asubuhi ndio uanze siku yako ichangamuke. Sasa usiwaje ikakaa hapo sana. Ya kula. So obviously, colleagues, on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, our CEO, Bwana David Omoyo, MBS, President of World Association of Press Councils and the Chairman of the East African Press Councils, my colleagues here in your various collective and individual capacities, managers from the Media Council. I can see Christine Nguku, Assistant Director, OGW. I can see Dina, the manager for research. I can see Leo, who is in charge of the convener of this, the manager for press freedom. I can see Rebecca, manager accreditation. I can see our colleagues from the regions, the regional coordinator for Kisumu, Teddy, the regional coordinator for Meru, Karanja, the regional coordinator for Mombasa, Maureen Moody, the regional coordinator Nakuru, the host is Mecha Joseph. I can see our EGP expert and the colleague Mildred there, our head of procurement. Siku hizi mnaitwa EGP managers, sio? So I can see karibu sana Mildred. I can see Dr. Ndonye from Kabarak University and your students, karibuni. Sally, I can see you are there healthy and smiling. Karibuni sana. Our other colleagues from Katiba Institute, special thanks. Again, we are the partners for this event, led by Christine. Ako pale, naona naangalia chini kwa chini, ameshindwa kula hapo, but we will see. I can see Kevin Mabonga. Even when it's hot, I can see he's putting on a heavy jacket. Naona daktari, karibu sana, Dr. Njogu from Kenya National Commission on NATCOM. Our chief guest obviously came earlier, Information Secretary. He's also a board member of the Media Council of Kenya, Bwana Temesi, karibu sana. Martin Masai mwenyewe, senior, Editors Guild, plus sahi ako gazeti anatoa inaitwa The Anchor, inachapa kabisa ina Eastern Region. Tunakula huko news haraka iko. Naona AD wa AMWIC, Association of Media Women in Kenya, Quinta, madam ako pale. Abraham Marita, namuona Internews, haiwezi kubaki nyuma. Nakaribishwa iko SG mwenyewe, Secretary General, ambaye alikuwa anataka achukue kwa Atuoli but amewacha, sasa anataka kuchukua Senator Siaya. Karibu sana Bwana Eric Oduor, SG mwenyewe. Our colleagues, naona pale CAS International from Baringo representing, naona our colleague from ODPP, sio, karibu sana. And we acknowledge you and appreciate. Naona Josephine from IWAT, karibu sana. And all colleagues invited, karibuni sana. We want to start by appreciating you for honoring our invitation. And again, also to remind you of the day. Today, the day is normally marked on 2nd of November, which was yesterday, as you are aware, but it was a Sunday. A number of you obviously reserved that day for prayers. So that's why we moved it to today. The day is set aside by the UN to take stock of the statistics of the number of journalists that have been either injured threatened, harassed. And the number of cases, and our colleague from ODB will be telling us the issue of impunity. In short, it's called crimes against journalists, and what steps have been taken to remedy the situation. And obviously, as you are aware, Kenya, we have not done very well in terms of completion of cases. We start, but somehow the cases remain hanging for various reasons. We are not blaming any person particularly, but that our records are very bad. I think internationally we have only 4 cases that have been taken to completion. In a country where we report nearly over 100, Halima's in over 100 cases in a year, I mean. We have over 100 cases in a year, and if you look at the completion rates in terms of the cases we clear, it's not very encouraging. And colleagues, some of the panelists will be discussing, there are the pull and pull factors. There are purely the bit of ODPP, IPOA, IG, they have their own blame, but we also have our own, as a media sector ourselves, that we never follow up cases. Even going to report is a problem. Even when you are called to go to be a witness is a problem. Then hii mambo ya kuonwa kando. Unasema mtu alinipiga lakini ameshaniona. Tuachane na hiyo maneno. Sasa it frustrates even the investigating officers or the prosecution, because once ukisema mtu aliniona mlimalizana, so what do they do? So I mean, that's why I talked about pull and push factors that are purely, sometimes media houses refuse to even acknowledge that that was their reporter. So there's a number of issues that are involved, but our records have not been very good. We have only the case of, I think, Makori, which was Moi's time. He was awarded, I think, 4 million. I don't know if he has been paid today. Alidai mpaka I think akachoka kwenda AG's office. Kulikuwa na kesi ya Wallace Gichere, some of you know, senior photographer who jumped out of a window in Buruburu, Nairobi, because of special branch guys. Yes. Karibu sana bwana CEO, Media Council of Kenya. Bwana Moyo. I think si bwana sijini hivyo. Ni cases kidogo sana ambazo tunashika tukienda mpaka mwisho yake. So Wallace, Makori, then there were the cases of the Siaya case, the KNA guy against the OCS Siaya. Then there was a case of Busia, the Ojamong Men in Black versus John Mondo and Franklin Buire of Standard and Citizen. At least.
I'm told this morning ODPP wamepotea na ile file ya Homa Bay.
Yeah, and our colleague from ODPP, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, but those are some of the things, but a lot of it will be colleagues talking about some of the challenges, because as we are saying, it's a collective action. It's not one person, but the cases go so slow that they're so frustrating. That's why the day is called impunity, and it's not limited to Kenya. The issue of completing cases against journalists is not just Kenya. You remember the UN had to put in a whole resolution. There's a UN resolution on crimes against journalists. There's a UNESCO resolution against crimes against journalists. So it's not just one thing. In Kenya here, a lot of the time we limit, when we talk about journalists being harassed or done, and there are a number of cases, kidnap, harassment, closure of newsrooms. Now, like the theme this time is on online, tech enables harassment, especially against female journalists, body shaming, online trolling. That things have happened. A number of journalists, you remember Stella Mrumba in Nation, the Afia story, and somebody picks your photo when you are paying dowry, and then he mixes with your professional work. So somebody picks up a photo of when you are in primary. The people will tell that wacha kuishi maisha yako yote online. Ukula ugali, ukitoka tu Baringo ukifika Nakuru hapa, ushaweka Nakuru here I come. So hiyo vitu sometimes over exposes. Ukipeleka mtoto shule unasema I've dropped my angel. Sio? Na huyo angel vile umemdrop umesema hata shule anasoma, mwenye atakuwa na wewe issue anafuata mtoto, anajua mahali hata mtoto wake anasoma. Sio? And those things happen during anniversaries, birthday or inaitwaje, marriage, wedding. Watu wenye wana kidnap, watu huwa wana time hizo siku. Those are the days, anniversaries that people are kidnapped or we have already. Even Dara Baringo vile uko hapa na umeshasema my journalism career takes me places. Nakuru here I come. Sasa huko Baringo hata mwenye anataka kuibia ashajua uko Nakuru. Sasa anaenda anavunja nyumba anaingia because umeweka kwa mtandao huko Nakuru. So some of the things are personal that sometimes we overshare information, then it exposes us elsewhere. So they are purely those. So this year is purely around the tech enabled, especially against ladies, and which people will, the plenaries will be discussing. So those are some of the issues that will be coming up. So and we have mixed both lecturers, practitioners, government agencies, and people who have also been victims of those activities, because we report these cases almost every day. So be free to share with us once you are on a panel or once you have gotten a chance from the plenary to talk. There's the UN Action Plan on Safety and Protection of Journalists, and I remember Media Council and NATCOM, National Commission on Human Rights, UNESCO have done a lot of joint training safety and protection of journalists. And the safety is purely both physical, mental, which is sometimes called social wellness, plus digital safety, which AMWIC has been very prominent in dealing. And Katiba Institute has never left us down when we are unable now to deal and they go to court on our behalf. So they have also been running trainings on journalists as human rights defenders, plus obviously also scaling up. And we have our colleagues from the community, CSOs also who work as human rights defenders, who many times report and send these cases to us. Some of them we handle ourselves, some of them we refer to other institutions, National Human Rights Defenders Coalition, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, others to IPOA, others to ODPP, IG, depending on the situation of how the cases are. So we have a multitude of people here to discuss. So Leo, with that climate setting or climate changing, now we can come and we do the merriment. So next. Umesikia hiyo climate change ama climate setting? So we will do a quick exercise, quickly led by my colleague Leo, which will require that you go to internet. Those who have internet-enabled phones, please quickly go there. We gave you the password at Katiba in Capital, so that we will do a small opening exercise that requires you to give us some information that would help us in doing our work. So, Bwana Leo, karibu.
Good morning. I'm waiting for the technician. Kindly switch to me, to my laptop. So go to menti.com, menti.com, and then you enter the code so that we can be able to give some feedback to 4 variables that we are looking at for purposes of evaluating this event. Menti.com, and then you put in the code. The code is 58332052. Menti.com. Menti.com. Karibuni kila mtu, even the ones that Victor didn't mention, will get an opportunity to, of course, to introduce ourselves. So the first question is, what is your profession or sector? I see already we are getting feedback, journalists, ICT student. The code is 58332052. 58332052. Media practitioner, student, media, we don't have government, communication officer. Tunajua tuko na serikali lakini wamenyamaza hapa tu. Legal, Civil society, I've not seen that. Masese, I see you there. I'm waiting for your feedback. All right, we move to the next one. In 2 words, what does I-Day mean to you? What does I-Day mean to you?
I-Day, International Day for Impunity against Journalists. In short,
For crimes against journalists, like Victor keeps saying, it's about crimes against journalism, isn't it? But what is your understanding? How do you connect with that? How do you connect with safety for journalists? How do you connect with, do you consider journalists to be professionals? Do you consider journalists to be, to be people who should operate? Because when you are attacking them, when you are targeting them online, do you consider them as human beings in the first place, as the beginning? So threats on press freedom protection is the key word. Yeah. Motivation, great, thank you. Let's move to the next one. I think that's workplace safety, very important. Free media, it's justice. Cool stuff, very critical. Thank you. We move to the next one. What do you understand safety of journalists to mean? I know it's a little bit related, but what do you understand that safety to mean? Is it your responsibility? For example, if you found a journalist being clobbered on the streets, would you defend them? Or you will take a stone and join the ones who are beating up the journalists? If they lose their equipment, would you get into Uchangia? If you're a media house owner, would you give them protective gear? Why are you not giving them protective gear in the first place? Particularly the freelancers and the community journalists and anybody who is employed in a media house. Thank you. We move to the final question. This is the last one. With your patience, would you protect a journalist you found being assaulted? I think, yeah. Let's see. It's actually a yes and no question. So if you're sure you will not protect, just say no. Don't lie to us. It's good feedback. Kyoko, it's good feedback so that we know what to do and how to intervene. The good thing is that it's anonymous. Thank you. Victor, handing back to you. Also, if you are tweeting, you can take a selfie, you tweet us, it's I-Day, hashtag I-Day 2025. I-Day 2025. You can tag Media Council of Kenya. You can tag us, a colleague here. So, thank you so much.
Do you think what people should introduce themselves? No. Okay. So thanks, Leo. So we move then next. I want to, at this, as Eric told me, at this juncture, to invite our colleague from the county commissioner's office. Karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Asante. Good morning, all of you. I want to adapt the protocol as established by the first speaker. My name is Were Simiyu. I'm a senior deputy county commissioner for Nakuru East. But here I'm representing the county commissioner. He told me to come and welcome you to Nakuru. So that is exactly what I've come to do. Karibuni sana Nakuru. Si nimemaliza? Ama niendelee? Karibuni sana Nakuru. Feel secure. Nakuru is a secure town. It's a beautiful town. Don't be in a hurry to go back to Nairobi or other places that you came from. Try to see what Nakuru has. We are a city now, just like Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. We pride ourselves in that. Very secure place, Sambal. We have the national park around here. We have parks in Naivasha. We have Menengai up here, Krata. You can sample what Nakuru offers. Karibuni sana Nakuru. Na mjisikie mko nyumbani.
Asante sana. Asante sana Bwana Were. SG, for a minute. Yeah. You know, there are positions once you reach, you can never be ignored. So, Karibu sana SG.
Thank you, BY. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Eric Odwor is my name, Secretary General of Kenya Union of Journalists. This is also a day that we sit and just reflect of what is going on as far as the safety of journalists are concerned, because journalists, like any other professionals, they deserve a safe environment where they are able to work and deliver as per the expectations of the public. I think you remember on Sabasaba, when doctors were invaded and attacked by the protesters in one of the hospitals in this country, you could see the outrage that how come these people invaded the hospital and attacked doctors. But when it happens to journalists, nobody talks about it. So it requires us to a little bit step up the campaigns and the advocacy for safety of journalists, just like any other professionals, because like had happened to journalists before, this time around they attacked hospitals. Probably next time they'll attack the courts. Maybe the other day they'll also attack engineers, wherever they work. So it's very important that when we talk about safety of journalists, we should see journalists just like other professionals. And Victor was telling you why sometimes some of these things are surprising and concern to me. And I was telling you when I was seated here, that there's a journalist who was attacked in Homa Bay 2 months ago by an employee of the county government. We followed up until the suspect was arrested. The police, together with the ODPP, prepared a faulty charge sheet. The charge sheet was presented, and we objected as the people who were supporting that journalist. We protested that the case could not proceed until the charge sheet is amended. We are asked to write a letter to the ODPP so that the charge sheet can be amended, which we did. And like I was saying, today they were supposed to be pre-trialed case today. The charge sheet, the letter that we wrote for the amending the charge sheet disappeared from the files of the ODPP. So if we are talking about these things, sometimes we have to follow, and I'm saying it because I know you said that there is a representative of the office of the ODPP, so that he can go back and tell the boss that journalists are not happy. If they can present a faulty charge sheet in court, they tell us that write to us, we amend the charge sheet. The pre-trial was supposed to happen 2 months ago. They did not act on it. Today the pre-trial is going on. Now that letter has disappeared from the file. So who stole the letter from the file? And I think when we have such a day, those are the things that we're supposed to be talking about, so that we are able to assign and trace where the problem is. So today in the morning, I think it was a very sad day for me when I received that call from Homa Bay that Eric, the letter disappeared from the office. Ladies and gentlemen, let us protect journalists. If we do not have free and independent media, next time they'll attack you and nobody will talk about it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And the UN Action Plan on Safety and Protection of Journalists talks of 3 Ps. See? The prosecution, prevention, and promotion. See? Prosecution is purely now the work of our colleagues, investigate and prosecute and charge, because a number of the frustrations, and we have seen these cases, Ingabire, who was killed in Uganda, they wait for you in a compromising place when you are coming from a bar or wherever, the night, they know they're looking for you on a crime-related matter, but you are arrested and called a rapist, so that then even the industry cannot support you. That's why we're telling journalists to also know where you sit, because they will charge you on a crime of, they know it's a journalistic related matter, and they will arrest you, but they will charge you and say you are drunk and disorderly. Azori Agwanda in Tanzania, was receiving grants from a number of institutions doing deep investigative stories. When they arrested him, you know what they charged him with? They knew they were looking for him for journalist-related work, but they charged him for tax evasion, that he was receiving money from international and he was not declaring. Yet these were grants to support him do journalistic work. So when the charge in court at that time read tax evasion. But the guy disappeared up to now, you know. Now it's almost 5 years, nobody knows where he died. Obviously, the likelihood is dead. So colleagues, we need to, the false charge issue is a serious thing. Because if somebody has been assaulted, remember, when we are talking about the rights of journalists, let's look at it holistically, like Eric said. It's not just about Article 34. When a journalist is intimidated, harassed, or beaten, or done, there are almost 7 rights that have been violated. There's the right to the journalistic work, Article 34 is there. But the right to security, there's right to life, there's right to a decent job, labor laws, because journalists earn from writing. So once you deny them work, then you have denied them a right to a decent job. Sure. Just like any other Kenyan, they have a right to life and security, away from even journalistic work. So let's look at this thing in a very bigger manner. And now, with now the online issue for now, that how many of us are utilizing, while there are genuine concerns about those laws related to online space, but a number of us are also using those spaces to harass and intimidate others to a level that is pushing people to commit suicide, to do other things. So these are all holistic things that in our advocacy, and Bwana Leo, we are working on a national safety mechanism for the country. You are there, we will involve the other colleagues. We had one which has been overpassed by events, so we need to update it because also things have changed. So we are working on national safety strategy for journalists, and this will be guided by the UN Action Plan on safety. Remember, Kenya is also a signatory to the SDG 16A on safety and security. Again, we produce a report every year, and this data is there. I'm sure, Dr. Njogu, you are aware, in fact, because the letter comes from your office. This letter from UN, the UNESCO, reminding us about, they're still asking about Kitui, they're still, Henry Nyaroro, they are still asking up to date. And the letters, and now the numbers have been increasing. We used to have 2, now they have reached almost 6 journalists in Kenya, who the UNESCO every year writes to us to tell them the progress of those cases. You remember Nyaruri was 2009. It's not something yesterday, up to today. Kitui in Eldoret, you remember again, very old cases. So again, sometimes it's very international embarrassment. And if you look at how we have scored in the Reporters Without Borders score this year, it tells you, why have we moved from number 60 to 119, I think, Dina? RSF Kenya, 119 or 116. You can see that even Djibouti is scoring better than us in safety of, in terms of freedom of expression. It's very embarrassing. And simply because of some of those statistics, that cases are open, then there's no closure or follow-up. So, Bwana Martin Masai, Kenya Editors Guild, karibu sana Bwana MM.
Asante sana, Victor. When you look at your program, you see that the president of Kenya Editors Guild ought to be the person on the stage. So this is not Zubeida Kananu. My name is Martin Masai. I'm a trustee of the Kenya Editors Guild, where I chair the Ethics, Media Freedom, and Media Freedom Committee of the Guild. So mimi niko hapa kama mtumwa na naomba tu nifanye kazi hii ya utumwa haraka haraka. Information Secretary, Mr. Temesi, the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, representative from the county commissioner's office. It is a profound honor to join you this morning as we commemorate this day to end impunity for crimes against journalists. I speak here as a journalist, even as I am a media leader, deeply committed to safeguarding press freedom and securing justice for all those who dare to tell the truth. Today, we are not merely here to mark a date on the calendar, but to renew our collective conscience around the world, to renew our collective conscience. Around the world and here at home, journalists continue to face threats, intimidation, and even death simply for informing the public. For far too many of these crimes happening daily, and they remain unresolved. You've heard my predecessors here speak about these cases. Here in Nakuru, the case of a journalist who was shot last year still remains unresolved. And for us to keep the flame burning as keg, we recognized her as a media freedom warrior in the last convention held here in Nakuru. So, crimes against humanity are crimes against the truth and against democracy itself. We must therefore reaffirm that journalism is not a crime. Storytelling is not sedition. It's an act of public service, a service without which no nation can claim to be free or just. When journalists are silenced, corruption thrives, injustice deepens, and citizens are left in darkness. This is why we are all here today to make this call urgent to end impunity, uphold accountability, and protect those who protect the truth. Kenya has made progress, yes, but you have heard the numbers here. 1 step forward, 3 steps backward. Impunity still lingers in the shadows, uninvestigated attacks, online harassment, economic censorship, and political intolerance. At the office of the director of the DCI, between that office and the office of the director of criminal prosecutions, public prosecutions, the list is so long that we have kept submitting every year, yet no action, not even an acknowledgement that something is being done. It's like you're talking to a stone. And we will keep doing this every year. Be so sure we must do what priests do every Sunday. We'll come every time and call for action, because you're in those offices to do a service to citizens. We are not seeking favors as journalists. No, we're just insisting that bearer of the messenger, of the message, must be protected at all costs. So this is why we make this call. And I need to say here that we look beyond our borders to the region and to real-life examples of impunity that demand our attention. In Tanzania, things are still unfolding. You've just heard here somebody disappeared. We do not know how many are dead. When there's going to be light, we need to find out how many journalists are living or maimed. So this is all over, and we cannot just pretend that we are safe here in Kenya when it's terrible out there with our neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's I-Day reminds us that justice for journalists is justice for all. It compels government, civil society, and the media industry to act together, to investigate, to prosecute, to reform systems that fail victims, to make safety a right and not a privilege. So as we remember journalists who have paid the ultimate price, let us also celebrate the resilience of those who persist. And they are many on a daily basis. They continue to write, film, photograph, and speak truth to power, to encourage. Their courage defines the conscience of our nation. And I would want to make a special call that do not feel intimidated. You have a role that originates even in the scriptures. You must tell the truth to power. So our partners, UNESCO, the Media Council, a great organization led by Mr. Omoyo, you have done us great to be at the front line in demanding safety for journalists, taking the conversation right to police confines so that they change their approaches. Your collaboration strengthens our fight as journalists for justice and keeps alive the ideals of a free, informed, and democratic society. Finally, my fellow journalists, professionalism remains our shield. And let's not forget this. Let us be truthful in our work, fair and ethical, for integrity is a foundation of credibility. We will not be fair to anybody if we come here, raise these issues, call to action, and not remind ourselves that the trust people have on the media must be safeguarded by being truthful, fair, and ethical in what we do. Press freedom must walk hand in hand with responsibility to the public. Do not use journalism as a weapon. So as we stand here together in this solemn day, let us pledge anew that no journalist shall be threatened into silence, that no voice of truth shall go unheard, that justice will never again be delayed or denied. So ladies and gentlemen, let the world know that Kenya stands on the side of the truth, freedom, and justice. Thank you.
I want to call upon our colleague from Katiba Institute, Christian Kuria Karibu.
Our chief guest and Secretary for Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Temesi Mukani, the CEO, Media Council of Kenya, who is also a co-host of this event, Mr. David Omoyo. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are pleased once again to co-host this important commemoration of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, together with the Media Council of Kenya. This partnership reflects our shared commitment to protecting journalists, defending media freedom, and promoting constitutional values that underpin open and accountable governance. This year's theme, Chat GBV, raising awareness on AI-facilitated gender-based violence against women journalists, draws attention to one of the most urgent challenges facing press freedom today, namely the misuse of technology to silence women in journalism. The accelerated use of technologies is in virtually all aspects of our lives is a reality that we must embrace. Artificial intelligence presents an opportunity that needs to be exploited to facilitate universal access to information. It has the potential of maximizing the benefits that come from increased uptake of e-governance or digitally enabled governance. When properly applied, it can enable accessibility to information by reducing bureaucracy and rigidity of manual government processes, thus cultivate efficiency in delivery of public services. It can also reduce the cost of accessing information by enabling timely and less costly processes. However, in the contrary, it can also be misused, resulting in technology-based violence, as the topic of the day reminds us. Around the world, and here in Kenya, women journalists are facing new forms of intimidation, AI-generated disinformation, deepfakes, and online harassment. These attacks are not just personal. They strike at the very foundation of our constitutional democracy. A report by UNESCO titled The Chilling Report revealed that 73% of women journalists have faced online abuse, with many suffering offline consequences. And we will all get statistics, with many facing suffering online consequences, and some of the statistics have already been highlighted by previous speakers. This form of violence undermines the right to freedom of expression guaranteed under Article 33 of our Constitution, and the freedom and independence of the media protected by Article 34. When journalists are silenced, the public loses the benefits of accessing accurate information, diverse perspectives, and accountability. In effect, such attacks also infringe on the public's right of access to information as enshrined in Article 35 of our Constitution. The global theme and the sub-theme set for today's discussion invite us to reflect on the critical temporary issues of technologies and its implications on human rights. As Katiba Institute, our work is to promote constitutionalism, the rule of law, and good governance. And in line with our strategic intervention on human rights in the digital world, as stipulated in our 2025-2029 strategic plan, we seek to enhance the protection of fundamental rights in the context of emerging technologies, digital governance, and the growing challenges of misinformation and disinformation. Our efforts focus on strengthening systems for the responsible use of artificial intelligence in Africa through a range of initiatives, including research and capacity building on AI-related risks, combating the spread and impact of disinformation and misinformation online, safeguarding against the effects of emerging technologies on people's lives, and promoting responsive measures through advocacy and public interest litigation. Our work, therefore, focuses on ensuring that these rights are respected, protected, and fulfilled in line with Article 21 of the Constitution, which places that duty squarely on the state and its organs. This was canvassed by the courts in the case on Coalition on Violence Against Women, COVAU, an independent medical legal unit, and 11 others, versus the State Law Office and ODPP and 3 others, in which case Katiba Institute was amicus curiae. The case related to the 2017 post-election violence and the state's due diligence obligations over third parties who committed sexual and gender-based violence against victims during the post-election violence. And the courts have underscored the role of government in protection of the public. We see technology-facilitated gender-based violence as a constitutional issue, not merely a digital one. It violates the principles of equality and non-discrimination, as provided in Article 27 of the Constitution, the right to human dignity, provided in Article 28, and the right to freedom and security of the person, provided in Article 29, which explicitly prohibits violence from any public or private sources. Article 33 of the Constitution, while guaranteeing the right to expression, to freedom of expression, which includes freedom to seek, receive, and impart information or ideas, does not protect advocacy of hatred that, among others, is based on any ground of discrimination as specified or contemplated in Article 27. We believe that technology should advance these rights and not erode them. On today's global theme, AI-facilitated gender-based violence against women journalists, we are called to be alive to the gendered angle of GBV broadly, and in context of AI-facilitated GBV. That is to say, be conscious of the particular vulnerabilities of women, and indeed women journalists, who are disproportionately impacted by GBV, including online GBV, due to their gender. The Constitution of Kenya is alive to these realities and includes in Article 10 of the Constitution human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized among the national values and principles of government. Ladies and gentlemen, the persistence of impunity for crimes against journalists remains a serious concern. Whether online or offline, failure to investigate and prosecute these crimes encourages perpetrators and weakens the rule of law. Ending impunity means demanding accountability from both state and non-state actors, from those who misuse digital tools to harass journalists to those who fail to protect them. It also means urging technology companies to take responsibility for content moderation and algorithmic bias, ensuring that AI systems do not amplify hate or gender disinformation. As we look forward, the protection of women journalists requires all of us here to be involved and calls on the need for us to strengthen digital safety and media literacy initiatives. Secondly, to adopt gender-responsive policies in media regulation and digital governance, to build solidarity networks that support those facing threats, and to promote ethical innovation that aligns with constitutional and human rights standards. As Katiba Institute, we are dedicated to collaborating with our partners to defend media freedom and uphold the constitutional promise of an open, inclusive, and accountable society. As we commemorate this day, let us remember that protecting journalists is essential to promoting and protecting democracy. Let us create an environment where women journalists can tell their stories without fear or intimidation. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I want to welcome Dr. Anjogu, the Chief Executive Officer acting Kenya National Commission on UNESCO, who have been partners in this. Karibu sana bwana.
Good morning. Good morning once more. Well, let me first of all acknowledge those who have spoken before me and those who will speak after me. The MC, Victor, thank you very much. Of course, the representative from the County Commissioner, Bonawere, Eric Odwol, Martin Masai, Christian Kuria, thank you very much. And those who will speak after me, the CEO and my friend, very outspoken. We see journalism even in the CEO's WhatsApp group. Thank you very much. You excite the group, because without you, we might be really very quiet. So thank you for that. And of course, the representative of the Secretary for Information, and whoever will represent the chief guests, the County of Nakuru. I want to start with a simple quote, that there is no democracy without press freedom. And there is no press freedom without the safety of journalists. Now, allow me to appreciate, as I set the context of what I want to say, that we are honored to join and commemorate this International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. This is a very major topic. And as we speak, the UNESCO General Conference is meeting in Uzbekistan. And this is one of the topics. I remember not long ago when we were entering an MOU with another national commission for UNESCO in one of the countries. But it wants to observe only 4 programs for UNESCO, yet UNESCO has 5 programs. And the 5 programs are education, natural science, social and human sciences, culture, and the last one, communication and information. And it is under communication and information program that we are able to link with the Media Council of Kenya, among other within the journalism fraternity. And this country did not have the 5th program, communication and information. And I don't want to mention the name, but the reason is simple. Their democratic space is very narrow. So to me, when we talk about media, we are really talking about the space we want to breathe, the free air in, to drink the water that is really free, and to mind about that integration, socio-integration. So I commend the Media Council of Kenya and the various partners for spearheading this wonderful day. As UNESCO, and we represent UNESCO as Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, whereby, for those who are not aware, is that the moment you become a state member to UNESCO, you ascribe to form a national commission for UNESCO. Currently, we are 195 countries who are members or state members to UNESCO, and we have 199 national commissions for UNESCO. There are more because some countries have territories. And Kenya, we became a member number 73 in 1964, when through our first Minister for Education, Lawrence Agini, who facilitated the signing by the first president of Kenya. And that is where the National Commission for UNESCO was formed. After its formation, it existed as a department until 2013, when through an act of parliament, we became a state corporation. So UNESCO recognizes the role of Media Council in promoting press freedom and empowering media as a watchdog to governance, justice, and rule of law. Some may be against various watchdogs, but watchdogs must work because that is their responsibility in a democratic system. So this day is very important to all of us, and thank you because you are here to learn, to commemorate, or to find out what is being spoken. So it's a significant day, a moment to reflect on journalism's role in society, which is for collective responsibility to ensure journalists work free from intimidation, harassment, or violence. And it reinforces the commitment to freedom of expression and access to information, pillars of democracy. We are already very fresh and still listening to what is happening among our neighbors or one of our neighbors. And I know one reporters who like reporting on election. And today morning I was reading an article that he could not be able to participate in reporting because of the many requirements to register as an external journalist in that specific space. And you can imagine, not only international, it means even those locals. Sometimes we have argued that Kenya, we are corrupt, and I would say Kenya, we are not corrupt. It's because sometimes we are able to talk about it. There are places where corruption is so much, but because nobody is given space to talk about it, the neighbors think that house is very good. But anyway, time will tell. I like the theme of today because honestly, all of us, we are getting into the media. I mean the AI issues, the digital issues, and there are many. And at National Commission for UNESCO and UNESCO, we have been talking about AI. And Kenya has been a champion of the ethics of AI. And we have gone beyond because we are also championing the ethics of neuroscience, where we believe perhaps in future is that AI gadgets or hardware will be implanted into people and will become the actual AI systems and not thinking by ourselves, but what we think is processed by an AI, not through the interaction with a gadget like the laptop I'm holding. So it becomes very important to observe the ethics. And this ethics applies also to the works of all journalists. May they, not of all profession, not just journalists. May they be teachers, may they be medical fraternity, among others. So ChatGPT or GBV, GBV, raising awareness on AI facilitates gender-based violence against women journalists. And at UNESCO, we have talked about this quite a lot, and recently we have had several training. So threats have evolved from physical violence to digital, gendered, and AI-amplified attacks. Of course, you are all aware of what AI can do, and it can be lethal. So women journalists face online abuse, doxing, manipulated images, harassment networks, and disinformation campaigns. So really there is much. And actually not only women. I think sometimes we emphasize and we forget the boy child. And the boy child is dying alone. Nobody is noticing. So this attacks silence voices and actually weakens the democratic space that we all want to enjoy. So safety of journalism is a national concern. It is a concern of everyone. Journalist safety is not just media issue. It is a governance issue. It is a societal issue, and therefore we must take it seriously. Media and police share frontline roles in serving the public interest. And you have seen this even in the images, who are in the front line. And therefore we want to say again and again, media and police share a frontline role in serving the public interest. And therefore, collaboration needs to be strengthened in order for us to strengthen the democracy. And with that then, we'll talk about structured engagement. And how do we get there to structured engagement? At UNESCO, and of course with Media Council, the various stakeholders and partners, we have really engaged in a structured way, even with the IPOA and the police. Recently, we had a major training in Nanyuki for senior police and female journalists. And I'm happy one of the senior deputy commissioner came to our office to collect the manual that we developed jointly on safety of women journalists. Building that partnership is very, very important. Understanding each other and having trust are very critical ingredients. It is not about confrontations. It is about dialogue, focused dialogue, trust building, and understanding roles during public tensions. Because as journalists also, we have the responsibility to safeguard our country's interests, and not only our country, global interests. Your life matters, the life of others matters, so we have to work as partners. Of course, there's digital threats and AI. The violence begins online, not only with AI, even on WhatsApp, even on social posting, what we see in TikTok, what we see, and we see quite a lot, amplifying some incidences here and there. So AI-driven harassment, cyber stalking, trolling, and generated hate. These are key. I have 4 points here that I wanted to highlight, and one of them is violence, is a driven harassment through cyber stalking, trolling, and gender hate. Then the women journalists disproportionately targeted. They are more targeted than men. I don't know why. Protection must include physical safety, digital security, and psychosocial well-being. Then, of course, strengthening reporting channels, documentation, and timely response where we have such incidences. Then collaboration and progress, of course, we can not only talk about the negatives. I think for us, and as a country, and as a National Commission for UNESCO, we recognize that we have achieved quite a lot. And UNESCO Paris or at the general conference or the executive meeting, they recognize Kenya as one of a good example, despite few cases here and there, which we normally respond to because annually we have to give a report. So we want to appreciate the National Police Service, the openness and cooperation, the county government, Buenawere, doing as much in terms of opening the space. Then, of course, the Media Council and Editor Guilds extending training, the Katiba, defending the democratic space, what you are doing, and for journalists. So really, progress is active. This is evident, and we must also celebrate it. And it is not symbolic, for sure. We must agree that. So media and police is about being partners. And you know, sometimes it's not just police. There are those thugs that also harass media, goons among others. So really, for the structured setup, this is about media and police. We are partners, not adversaries. Free and safe journalists foster transparency. Transparency builds trust. Trust strengthens policing and democracy. And media freedom and national security are mutually reinforcing. Let us honor journalists, and especially those who have fallen in their line of duty. I happen to be a Catholic person, belonging to that denomination. And this month we are celebrating departed souls. So let us remember those who have lost lives or suffered harm for truth. Now, we concur that the threats today are AI generated, disinformation, and gendered online abuse. And this attack aims to push women out of public discourse, violating gender equality and media freedom. And therefore, we must, even as male journalists, defend our counterparts. By ending impunity, there is progress. The role of ODPP is very critical in prosecuting violence against journalists, that's for sure. Hearing cases of lost file, anyway, wherever they are lost, they should be found. Require collaboration across law enforcement, judiciary, media, and tech platforms. That's very important. And there are 4 pillars here I want to highlight. The first pillar is understanding impunity. The second pillar is strengthening media independence. 4, ensuring sustainability. And lastly, safeguarding independence through enabling regulation. If we are to do a research on those 4 pillars, then we would want to know where are we? Are we making progress? And I think I have seen Dr. Omoyo releasing various reports. I participated when you were releasing the last year report, and really a fair report. So, of course, election period, that's when we have the worst. Election heightened journalist vulnerability, and therefore call on political actors, tech platforms, security agents, and media orders to protect journalists, and then, of course, ensure free and safe press, which is equal to peace, transparency, and credible democracy. Lastly, a call of action. As a National Commission for UNESCO, we reaffirm, in context of the CI program, stating that no democracy without press freedom, no press freedom without journalist safety. And the safety now include protection from AI-facilitated online abuse. Then, of course, collaboration across government, media, tech, civil society, and community, which we reinstate that it is very, very important. Lastly, I will give also a quote to end, that where journalists are safe, the truth is safe. And where the truth is protected, society thrives. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
I hope, thank you. I hope the rapporteur will get those notes. Rapporteur, make sure you get those notes from Daktari. Having waited and tried to buy time to accommodate the governor of the great city of Nakuru, and he hasn't arrived, we will proceed. So I want at this level now to invite the CEO of Media Council of Kenya, the president of the World Press Association, and the chairman of the East African Press Councils, Bwana David Omoyo Moyo, MBS, who will now address us and invite our chief guest. Bwana Omoyo, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Victor. Our partners, Katiba, Christian, Bwana Temesi representing the PS, CEO, Bwana Njogu. Hapa naambia watu si za WhatsApp group ya CEOs, watajua vitu wastahili kujua sana sana. Martin Masai, we noted very carefully that whoever sees Zubaida, Quinta and everyone. Good morning and welcome to Nakuru. You know, today, SG, uko salama? Ulikuja Nakuru leo ama jana? Bwana hukusema? You know, today we are not, it's not a day of celebration. It's ideally a day of protest. Because when you notice that we have a day dedicated to fighting impunity, it means that the world agrees that we have crimes being committed. We know the guys committing the crimes and nothing is happening to them. So today is really a day of protest. Kuna wala watu kama SG amesema file inapotea. And then we have cases you follow up, then they negotiate and the case dies in the night. And now, of course, we have the madness of online where terrorism goes on. And if you look at the statistics that, number one, Kenya has dropped in the global press freedom ranking. And it's a very radical drop, you know. Kutoka number 60 kwenda number 102, is it? Yes? It was 116 from number 60. That is a major drop. And I think about 5 years ago, tulitoka number 140, tukapanda, and now suddenly tunaambiwa go back where you belong. It's a very disturbing trend. But if you look at the press freedom violations, zimedrop kidogo. 2025 we are at 92 cases. But we can't celebrate, down from 130, but we can't celebrate because as you have seen how things happen, as suddenly as they happen kwa jirani, it takes a day or two for things to go down. And we are a country that is protesting specifically that we have no plausible conviction that we have had. We have followed up cases, we have had lawyers, we have done advocacy and all that. Kidogo, we do not know what happens to the cases. Until we get 1 or 2 people prosecuted and punished, so that wanasema kwa Kiswahili wawe funzo kwa wengine wenye tabia mbaya kama hizo, we will keep here and we will keep protesting. And when you look at the gender aspect, while it is a GBV matter, statistics however show that men get attacked more. 70% of the cases we have are men. Ladies are fewer. Although there are people who run those memes that wanaume wanapenda mambo ya hatari, or why men die easily. Maybe men go to conflict zones and all that, but we are at 70% men, and then the ladies, and then mixed gender and all that. But ideally, if we are talking about impunity and attacks against journalists, it's about any journalist. As we protect, of course, they say that we must protect the ladies, they are more vulnerable and all that. And if you are going to end impunity, impunity only ends when there is accountability. And unless we become brutally accountable and follow up cases and hold people to account, whoever they may be, then this trend will continue, and every day we will be meeting, every November we'll meet here to protest. But secondly, and where we have a challenge on duty bearers, who we call the police and ODPP and others, is that even when they are not the perpetrators, it is up to them to bring justice to the perpetrators. So we have cases where, yes, ni polisi, but hata kama si polisi sasa, then it's the duty of the police to make sure that justice is served to the perpetrators. And that's why we can't let them rest easy. ODPP, our neighbor huko, wanapoteza file kidogo kidogo, tutawapigia simu. The police across, they are very good. They promise and they do investigations, but the investigations end up in circular motions and never end. And if we reduce, forget the big numbers, get fewer people, but hold them to account, then this will end. So I personally call for a bold all-government approach and accountability, less and less about the numbers. Let's not have to try to prosecute too many people. Let's get fewer people and follow the cases. Because when you see, you know, there's people in certain groups, as Jana Samanga, what to see wajinga bwana. When you see police start by preparing a faulty charge sheet, they have already decided, come by Casey, we release a statement to chase, but we know this case will collapse. And that's why being woke and demanding accountability is important. And I think what is going to happen is that at some point we must decide, and Katiba is very good at this, we must decide to do private prosecution on a person or two, because we realize that the police will not prosecute one of their own. And when we push them to prosecute, they will design it in such a way that it must collapse. So as we mark this day, it's a day of protest, it's a day of lamentation, but we urge that we bring out accountability. We demand for justice, get people, get action be taken, and also go on. I know Victor specializes a lot in training journalists on their own safeties and all that. As we train people on safety and making sure they are safe, because we're moving into the election cycle and all that, but that advocacy and push for justice is what we need to push for consistently. This morning, I can tell you just out of interest, this morning we are not agreeing with people in the office, led by Dina on one end and Minishi, about the photos in the Standard. I hold Tanzania very dearly because I studied there and I have many friends there. And so we are asking whether is that horror or is that necessary to bring out the truth? I have held the opinion that because yesterday I have friends in Tanzania who have fled out of the country. I have two friends. One is a Catholic bishop who's run away, is in Rome, and another guy, a senior editor, is away in South Africa. They called me and told me, sasa muone vile mtatusaidia nyinyi wa Kenya. We can't do anything. And so I would say, I forwarded them the head and nikamwambia, na wa Kenya tumejaribu, we have at least pushed for that. They are complex matters, of course. Kenya sent a congratulatory message because you must appreciate the neighbor and all that, but they're very complex times, isn't it? More closer home, I think we had a journalist who was in charge, a Kenyan journalist, alienda kwa mpaka akagongo kidogo. But this morning, the dangerous spin coming is that the Kenyan media and the Kenyan Gen Zs are responsible for the protest there. Yes, you have seen the police statement. It's an official statement, actually. They have issued an official statement that according to the government there, nobody was killed, and Tanzanians did not protest. They voted and went home. But some neighbors, it's an official statement, so I'm not engaging, but some neighbors have crossed over and made noise. But specifically, if any of you engage, you will notice that for 2 months, calls to Tanzania have not been going through, unless it's on WhatsApp. If anybody has been following up, they blocked specific calls from Kenya to Tanzania have not been going through. I will urge especially journalists from the East Africa Press Councils, journalists, especially Kenyan, I advise don't go to TZ yet. Just hold, even if you have a trip coming, do not go, because when people are already, if they have decided that the protests in Arusha, Mwanza, Mbeya, Dar es Salaam were done by Kenyans, and the Kenyan media is responsible for that. Si mtu anaadvisiwa kae nyumbani. So advise Kenya to kae nyumbani kidogo. We will find out what happens. So anyway, thanks very much for this day, and I now want you to join me in welcoming Bwana Temesi Mukani, the Secretary for Information, on behalf of the Principal Secretary. Asanteni sana.
You know, there are things David can say that I can't say, in as much as we are all government. He holds a special position in this sector. As you've been told, my name is Temesi Mukani. I'm Secretary for Information and Broadcasting. And before I proceed, I want to recognize the people who have been here before me. David, of course, my brother, CEO of Media Council. We have SG Odwor. Thank you very much, SG. Dr. James Njogu from UNESCO. Christine Kuria, my brother Martin Masai, representing Zubeida from KEG, and of course our host, the SDCC for Nakuru East. I want to join you in everything that you've said. And before I say a few things, I would want to say that I'm relatively new in the office, but not to the sector. I am 2 months old as Secretary of Information, but I've been around. I've worked with many people in this room, so I feel like I'm back home. My last station was working with the military, so I'm still a bit stiff and rigid. So please understand if I'm very precise. But before that, let me read the speech, because I'm representing my Principal Secretary, Mr. Steve Isaboke, who is held up, but because mimi ni mtu yake ya mkono, so I'm here. So this is the speech. I'll read it as it is, and then I'll say a few things that we are doing, then we can proceed from there. So it is my privilege to join you this morning as we mark the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. This occasion serves as a poignant reminder that a free, independent, and secure media constitutes the bedrock of democracy and effective governance. This year's theme, Chat GBV, raising awareness on AI-facilitated gender-based violence against women journalists, is particularly relevant. It underscores how technological advancement, while presenting novel opportunities, simultaneously engenders fresh vulnerabilities for journalists, especially women, who frequently encounter online harassment that manifests in tangible, real-world threats. The government of Kenya remains steadfast in its commitment to fostering a safe and conducive environment for media freedom and responsible journalism. We acknowledge that the physical and digital safety of journalists is indispensable to ensuring citizens access to credible and reliable information. Under the Digital Superhighway program, the government has prioritized substantial investments in digital infrastructure. This encompasses extensive fiber optic deployment, public Wi-Fi hotspots, and the establishment of digital hubs and studios to broaden access and bolster local content creation. Such initiatives are designed to deliver dependable connectivity and digital opportunities to communities nationwide. Infrastructure, however, is insufficient in installation. We are advancing contemporary policy frameworks to regulate media and digital information with this dynamic landscape. This year, the ministry has promulgated a draft and final instruments to align communication, media, and digital policy with national development priorities. These processes seek to enhance public communication, fortify information integrity, and sustain the media sector. The government further recognizes the necessity of robust ethical framework for media practice. The Code of Conduct for Media Practice 2025, that was gazetted in May this year, establishes contemporary standards for media practice in the digital era, including directives on content and ethical responsibilities. We commend the Media Council of Kenya and, of course, David, for your stewardship for this oversight of implementation. In as much as I'm reading this speech, I must say that I have accompanied PS to several
events now, and I think that code is receiving a lot of plaudits. We are also receiving letters from across the world, people who have read the code and they're saying, we have made quite some good progress. So well done, David and your team, for giving us that code. Let me continue. With respect to cybercrime and online harms, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act remains the cornerstone legislation. Parliament has undertaken proactive reviews and amendments to cybercrime provisions throughout last year and this year to augment the nation's capacity to address technology-enabled offenses. The ministry acknowledges the various dynamics around the law and is optimistic that a consensus will be reached to give Kenya a good law that serves the public interest. Law enforcement and regulatory bodies are aligning operational practices with these legal instruments to ensure that online infractions are rigorously investigated and, where warranted, prosecuted. Ladies and gentlemen, access to information represents a fundamental pillar of accountability. The Access to Information Act of 2016 enshrines citizens' legal entitlement to request and receive public information, serving as a vital mechanism for transparency and oversight. We urge comprehensive compliance by the public institutions to enable journalists and citizens to exercise these rights effectively. The dissemination of harmful content and the exposure of children, vulnerable individuals to unsafe online material are matters of grave concern. The government will persist in collaborating with regulators, media organizations, civil society, and platform operators to enhance digital literacy, implement age-appropriate safeguards, and refine content moderation strategies that protect minors without impinging upon legitimate expression. Collaboration is imperative. No solitary entity can navigate the intricacies of digital harms or guarantee safety in isolation. We shall continue to work through the Media Council of Kenya, the Communications Authority of Kenya, county governments, civil society organizations, academia, and private sector stakeholders to devise pragmatic measures ranging from digital safety training to streamlined reporting and referral mechanisms for victims of online abuse. Combating impunity for crimes against journalists demands collective accountability. Allegations of attacks, whether perpetrated online or offline, must be investigated thoroughly and prosecuted where evidence substantiates such action. Impunity emboldens offenders and erodes media freedom. We must end impunity. As I conclude, I applaud the Media Council of Kenya once again and your stakeholders for their committed endeavors to safeguard journalists and elevate media standards. I exhort media organizations to institute stringent internal safety protocols and to invest in digital safety training, particularly for women journalists who are disproportionately impacted by online gender abuse. In conclusion, I reaffirm our collective pledge to protect journalists and uphold the tenets of truth, accountability, and transparency. A secure environment for journalists represents an investment in democracy, development, and the rule of law. I thank you for your attention and wish you fruitful deliberations during this commemoration. That is from Principal Secretary for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, Mr. Steve Isaboke, EBS. Sindio? Sasa wacha niseme yangu. I would like to, bring you up to speed that, for the longest time, a certain number of things have not moved. And as we settle into office, my PS is relatively new also. We have prioritized certain things. And one of them is the access to information policy, which has been long overdue, which we are accelerating. Now it's with Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury for their comment before it goes to the Attorney General and then to Cabinet. So that is moving. The other challenge that we've had is incoherence in national communication, the architecture generally. I think we've been accused that government has had very many voices, and we needed to fix that. So we are finalizing the national communication policy, which is also at National Treasury. There's very little that National Treasury is going to change because we have revised the questions and then it's going to cabinet as well. That policy seeks to streamline, government communications as it were. Introduce, reinforce structures, apportion responsibilities, and set up specific deliverables for every agency. We have many players in the sector, and we need everyone to understand what role they have. So that's something that you need to be watching out for. Alongside the policy is the strategy. We've been working on both the policy and the strategy is ready, but the strategy will only make meaning when the policy is ready. So both the National Communication Policy and National Communication Strategy are underway. To unlock e-commerce, the National Addressing System has been long overdue. It's been lying somewhere in the corridors of the ministry, so that also has been unlocked. And it will help save some of our institutions like Posta, which I'm sure SG knows we are in trouble and that. The other thing that we are accelerating is the reform of KBC, and as I speak, I think PS is presenting something to the head of public service. We need to turn around the national broadcaster, and it was a promise that was made by the head of state, and we are under pressure to deliver that aspect, so that is ongoing. But more closer home, I think the review of the Media Council Act is long overdue, and we have picked it up. So it's one of the things that we need to do ahead of next year. Next year there will be a turn. So having said that, I'm also say that the ministry is also trying to reconfigure its teams. Of course, you work in the field, and there's a big team of KNA across the country. KNA is under me. So we are trying to reconfigure that team to fit into the changes. We want to move it from the bureau that it is to a more, coordinated, push it to the center of national communication, so it will be like the anchor for government communication in the counties and the sub-counties. I think after Angao, information has the next biggest reach. We are in all 47 counties, of course, 8 regions and 25 sub-counties across the country. For some reason, government has never leveraged that network to support its communication. So having said that, I want to wish all of us fruitful deliberations. I know it was not meant to be my responsibility to declare that this workshop is officially opened, but as it is now officially opened. Sawa. So I'll sit in to listen in because I'm also learning, because I want to learn as much as possible. Thank you very much and have a great day, colleagues.
Yeah. Having listened to those serious points, mimi sasa naenda admin. We take a break. During the break, enjoy tea and coffee and anything else you have been missing. Second, that for the journalists, I know some came once other things have done. We have organized, if we needed a press briefing from the chief guests, Leo will organize a room for you for a summarized press. The rest, tukuje saa 5 sharp. Turudi hapa tuanze the panels. The panels, as we have said, we'll rather go late, but we must finish before lunchtime. Sure. So the moderators, please keep time so that averagely we take 1 hour or 1 hour and something for, there are just 2 panels so that we finish. So please keep time to do this at time. As you take tea, remember there's lunch. So don't choke yourself, there's too much tea. There's lunch also here paid for, sure. So enjoy your tea and thanks our speakers. Asante sana. Our panelists, Josephine, Jane, Kevin Mabonga, Dr. Ndonye, Abraham Marita, tafadhali. Our panelists, please. As we already mentioned, as a panelist, don't go into presentations, please. Give us a summary of a discussion so that then people react to your thoughts. And don't talk about what your institution does. We will read on the website. So colleagues, this session will be moderated by Christine Nguku, Assistant Director, Media Training and Curriculum Development at the Media Council of Kenya. Our panelists, Josephine Karani, the chairperson of IWAT. A number of you know IWAT, International Association for Women in Radio and Television, Kenya chapter. Ama umechukua yote ya dunia? Oh, okay, hayo umevaa kofia ndogo. Kabisa. So Josephine, who I've worked with for long, Josephine, the last station yake ya kikazi ilikuwa Parliament. She was the one running the Parliamentary Broadcasting Union, ile kuleta wabunge wakirushiana mawe. Ndiye alikuwa yeye. Very senior experienced journalist. Is now running IWAT, and among the programs they run is also the issue of safety of women journalists, largely in radio and TV, but generally. Because also with the convergence nowadays to separate a journalist who works for radio, TV, with blog and what, it's not easy. So, I mean, it's all. Ms. Jane Godia, women in newsroom, win one. A very experienced journalist. She was my editor at The Standard. She used to be the deputy managing editor for Sunday Standard for many years, the last position. And he was editing my articles. Sometimes anafinya anatoa 800 words to only 200, anasema meanwhile. Lakini tunaendelea tu. So Jane, karibu again, a very, very, very vocal voice on the issue of safety and position of women in media. But when people talk, they forget that when we are talking about journalists who have reached very high levels of in journalism, he was a deputy managing editor of The Standard. So obviously that's one of the most highest people. Kevin Mabonga, communication manager, na ile ingine ulijiongeza juzi at Katiba Institute, a very refined journalist and communication guy. Who has now pretending to learn law, Christine, I think, is doing Moses law. Dr. Ndonye, an academic from Kabarak University, again, columnist with Standard newspaper and the Observer magazine and other things.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so this is our first panel, and I want us to just take some time to reflect on some of the ideas and the issues that will be raised here, so that as we continue with our discussions for the day, we can come up with probably some suggestions, some ideas, so that we are able to progress forward. Now, before I call Quinta to come up, I want us to do a Mentimeter on this same issue for just one moment. So please go and use the free bundles. Si tumesema pewa free bundles na director. Sasa tuingie hapo tena.
So again, you go to menti.com. Menti.com. The code is 45664515. Go to menti.com. I can see people are not going to menti.com. I'm watching you. Menti.com, code 45664515. Menti.com, 45664515. So 45 in Mbidi. So the first question is, why do you think technology facilitated gender disinformation often continues with impunity against journalists? Gender disinformation, and don't confuse gender disinformation with women. Yeah. It cuts across. I've been there before. Yes, it's up there. 45664515. I'm moving on to the next question. All right.
Leo, you only have like 5 responses. Can we have a few more?
I don't see media council staff. I'm reading your names.
By the way, yeah.
I don't see journalists. I don't see government. Oh, I don't see government. I only see journalists. Kindly give us feedback.
Have you put yours? I was the first. Oh, great.
Great.
Kuna majenzi wameketi hapa mbele na wanaangalia watu. So you put in your feedback.
They're savvy. They're tech savvy. They're very fast.
They're tech savvy. They've done it quick.
Yes.
Okay, we close in the next 30 seconds.
Lack of info, weak regulation. I thought we have the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, but that's not my business. All right, so we move to the next one. Weak regulatory framework, not easy to monitor. Yeah, that's difficult because of poor regulation. People are copying what is written here.
Maybe we should hide the answers.
Not to ease, no ease to. You guys are copying. You guys are aping. Availability of what, we're not sure. I hope it is an abuse. Low adoption. I think we are going to be able to define what gender disinformation is, because at some point, the panel is here for that reason. Remember, we're looking at gender-based violence. So we move to the next question. Thank you. What do you believe is the main reason gender disinformation against journalists goes unpunished or unaddressed? Is it the same?
Yeah.
All right. The question is there. What do you believe is the main reason? The main reason, just one. Again, weak legislation goes unpunished or unaddressed. This ridicules that we make online, why do we do that? Is it freedom of expression? I mean, you could just defend it and say that we ridicule Kwamboka and the others because of, it's my freedom. It's my freedom to make fun of others, is it? I'm just, it's hypothetical, I'm not saying it is. What is it? Do we feel so empowered? The Constitution is so liberal that we can do or say anything. And when we say weak legislation, what do we mean? Do we mean that we agree with the current proposals on the current law on the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act? Because it's very tough in that area. Issues of defamation and libel came back through that law. So I think what we are getting is that people don't know, have not acquainted themselves with the progress in the legislative area. That's what we are getting, Christine. That's the feedback. Because we don't have really a weak regulation. Or do we mean by the providers, the social media, the big tech and others? They're the ones to regulate to ensure that there's no issues to do with hate speech on the online platforms. I mean, we move to the next one. Thank you. In one word, what is the greatest barrier to ending impunity for gender-based attacks, stroke disinformation against journalists? Remember during the Gen Z demos when we started sharing Linus Kaikai's and others' numbers, doxing. Yeah. We started doxing and, painting the people's journalist numbers out there and targeting them, Akina Zubeida and others. What is the greatest barrier to ending that impunity? Particularly online on this one. Oh, impunity is a barrier to impunity. Great. Silence, government. Oh, government is a barrier. Nice. Corruption. Truth. Some people don't want to hear the truth, be told the truth or what? Enforcement. Culture, lack of goodwill, familiarity to impunity. We have become synonymous to impunity. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's the end. All right. Thank you. Christine, back to you.
Thank you, Leo. Oops. She has it. Thank you very much for your participation. And you see what this does for us, having responded to those three questions, what it does for us is it now gives us an idea of what we think about this gendered disinformation. I think in the morning I heard the CEO, Mr. David Omoyo, say today is a day of protest. And we are just sitting here and we are quiet. Aje sasa. It's a day of protest. And so by the time we get out of that door and leave these premises, we need to have sent our protest message. What is it that we are protesting against? In this impunity for crimes against journalism, journalism is a profession. Sometimes we even say it is a call. So we are being targeted for responding to this call. And so as Quinta makes her presentation, I want us to keep on reflecting on some of the outcomes that she's going to be giving us of a study that was done by the Association of Media Women in Kenya and other data that has come up with regard to impunity for crimes against journalists, but not just that, but also the gendered aspect of that impunity. You are targeted because you are a journalist woman or a journalist man. I remember Dr. Njogu, when he spoke, he said the boy child gets forgotten. The boy child is also part of our two gender that God created. I just want to restrict myself to the two gender God created. The others, I don't know. So when you think about it, the things and ideas that come into your mind, I saw some of the reasons why it goes unpunished. The reasons why it goes on is because of patriarchy. But really, do we need to start changing our cultures? Do we need to start changing our perceptions? Even our worldview in as far as gendered disinformation goes. And at this point, I want to now invite Quinta Mbori. Quinta is the Executive Director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya, which I am a member of. So I am really privileged to invite my Executive Director to come and give us some thoughts and points of reflection that we can do about this gendered disinformation, and especially with a perspective to technology, how technology is now being used to put that aspect of disinformation, attacks on journalists, and just that general impunity. It has now been moved from face-to-face. It's now gone virtual. Again, we are not able to even identify who it is. I remember one of the things that has been highlighted of why it goes on unpunished is because we are not able to identify who has done it and who is doing it and why they are doing it. And so, because of those many reasons, let us listen to Quinta Bori. Quinta, welcome.
Your space iko tight to view, but you'll be okay. Okay.
Good morning.
Just a minute. Waandishi, yani munanyima hata executive director makofi. At least you can celebrate her for having the courage to come and speak to us. Even if you don't clap for others, let's clap for ourselves.
Yeah. Na unajua wakati wa story grants karibu inafika na wanataki kupeana makofi. Thank you.
Okay, the laptop is sliding, so she needs to be very strategic so it doesn't go to her feet.
Asante. Good morning. How are you? Is there anything to celebrate about I-Day 25? Yes? There is, yeah? Okay, so as Christine has mentioned, my name is Quinta, and I bring you greetings from Amwick. I know Victor had said that we should not talk about our organizations and what we do, but I am making a solemn request to the women in the media in the room. Amwick is the National Association for Women in the Media. So if you're not a member of Amwick, where do you belong, by the way? Ni swali tu, kiulizo tu. Our membership begins from January 1st to December 31st. So you're welcome to Amwick in 2026. Na unaweza niona kando after this presentation. Amwick is not for profit, but our membership is for registration. And we operate around 5 thematic areas, which is the media development and membership, women's economic empowerment, gender and governance, sexual reproductive health and rights, and the final one is digital safety and security, which is a big reason why we are here today. Naturally, I like being very free when I'm doing my presentations, lakini leo ni kama lazima nisimame hapa, so you'll forgive me. So one thing about me is that I'm actually a journalist. I'm a multimedia journalist, having worked for a couple of years at the Standard Group and also to support our neighbors back in the day when Jakaya Kikwete was still the president. We did not experience any violence, and we are hoping that things will turn around for the country, and which should actually be our concern as the neighbors. So I have 3 stories as I begin my presentation. Today we want to talk about gender disinformation. So I have 3 stories. So you can sit back and relax. It's a bit tensed in the room. I don't know why it's tensed. So sit back and relax, and let's see if you can enjoy my stories. So the first one happened many years ago. I was raised in the village, born, raised in the village from the Homa Bay County, the county of night runners. And one of the things that happened back in the village is when you wanted to declare your love to the person you are admired to, or the person you admired, there was a village way of doing things. I don't know if some of us can relate. So you'd look for the nearest cactus, isn't it? Yes, I can see villagers in the room. Yes, you'd look for the nearest cactus. I believe we know what cactus is, sisal. Unatafuta kijiti, and then you write your love interest on the cactus. So for example, you'd say, Christine loves Tom. But you do it in your mother tongue because you are communicating. So one of these days, of course, going to the village schools and interacting with the village boys, some of them just wanted to mark their territory. Okay? So, si ati we unampenda. Yeye ana kupenda. Now to ward off the other love interest, they would write, let me refer to my love interest as Mr. H for now because he's a big person in government and I don't want to ruin his reputation. So Mr. H apparently had some love interest towards me. Okay? Back in the village, there were not very many black and beautiful girls. Okay? So Mr. H, of course, identified me and he wanted to be one of he wanted to protect, to sort of like protect the territory. So he wrote, Queen loves H. And so, on the way to the river, mali kila mtu anaona, si ndio? So wakipita pale, wanaona Queen loves H, so that they keep off Queen, si ndio? But I did not love him. That was his imagination. I did not, but maybe we used to play, but I did not love him. I mean, love was nowhere in my mind. I was going to school to study, as my parents had said. So this incident actually, I thought about it when I was doing this presentation, that how that made me feel. I was very young, at such a tender age. I think I refused to go to school for a whole week because the village rumor mongers had already spread the message and word already got to my mother that my name was seen, doing rounds in the village, that perhaps I was up to some mischief with the village boys. I'll give you my second story. I think it must have been in the 19th century. There was a lady called Wangu wa Makeri. Gen Zs might not be aware of her. Wangu wa Makeri is one of the most, I would say, controversial leaders in the 19th centuries during the colonial period. Now, back in the day, Wangu wa Makeri, I want to try to imagine how the news would read about Wangu wa Makeri today. Wangu wa Makeri was married to a man who already had 60 wives, according to the history records. But she got involved in an extramarital affair with a chief. So the chief, in order to appease the husband of Wangu wa Makeri, he offered Wangu wa Makeri's, I think he was called Mugo wa Makeri, he offered him an opportunity to serve as a headman, but he refused. So when the chief asked the headman, asked Wangu wa Makeri if she wanted to be to serve as headman, she agreed. Now, Wangu wa Makeri apparently lost power when she was invited to a village dance, and people say, it is alleged that she overdid it until her clothes fell off. The historians in the room, you can fact check my storytelling. So her clothes fell off, and then she was forced to resign. So I'm trying to imagine what the Nairobian would have written about Wangu wa Makeri today, or how Gidi and Ghost, or Alex and the other gentleman would have analyzed this story in today's setting. My point is, gender disinformation did not start today. It has been there. The only thing that has changed is the highway, the channels. over and over the years, women, young, old, have been misrepresented because of being women. And so, when we come to today's setting, and we encounter a story that is trending right now about gun drama happening somewhere in Migori County, in Rangwe, then we are not surprised that information is moving at a fast pace. Now, with information moving at a fast pace, it also doubles the fact that disinformation will move perhaps at even a faster rate. So the basis of my storytelling, of my 3 stories, is that things have changed. But the more things change, the more they remain the same. Okay? So gender disinformation, perhaps what we need to do is just fast track our sophistication to managing the situation. But these things have been there. The channels keep changing. When you look at the report that was done by Communications Authority in June 2025, they're talking about a smartphone penetration of 83.5%. That is different from mobile penetration at 73.2 million mobile devices in this country. That's 139.7% rate. This is, I think it's all the mobile devices, smartphone and watu inaitangwa nini? Kabambe. We are talking about 73.2 million mobile devices. Cyber threats, the report said we are looking at 4.6 billion threats. That's about 80.8% increase from the previous quarter. Now, if you want to know that there is money or there is interest in this industry, the revenue that was generated by mobile operators in that period, that is between April to June 2025, was 425.5 billion. So there's a lot of interest. So that should not surprise us that we're able to see that the kind of harassment that happens online, particularly on women journalists. Just the other day during the anti-finance bill protests, we saw what happened. Wangapi walisalimiwa kama mko kwa room kwa ishara ya mkono. I'm a Luo, so when I speak Kiswahili, you need to be clapping for me because I've used a lot of effort. Kwa ishara ya mkono, wangapi waliweza kusalimiwa? Perhaps they are not in the room, but we know them. So that is the nature of gender disinformation. One, it's a strategy. Okay? It's weaponized, it's manipulated, it's coordinated. There are attacks. The people who are attacked, they receive threats. They are targeted. They feel undermined. They feel violated. The whole idea of gender disinformation is to silence them, to discriminate them, and to perpetuate existing or harmful stereotypes. And from my research, I realized that there appears to be a correlation or an overlap between gender disinformation with technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So, I want you to take a moment and just think about the few statements I have on my slides. And at this moment, by the way, I like having interactive sessions. You can actually talk to the person seated next to you. Is it true or false that online violence isn't real violence? You can take a second to respond. Is it true? You can keep the answer somewhere because my panelists will tell us this. Is it true or false? My second question is this. Is it true or false that strong women don't get bullied online? That they are very strong, they can handle it. Is it true? Okay? They have the muscles, they can withstand it. Okay? The other question that I want us to reflect upon is, and this one is for the men in the house, perhaps the women also. Do you think that women politicians, journalists, lawyers, human rights defenders, are they wife material? Are they marriageable? I would like to hear some feedback. Are they? You're told, marry at your own risk. Okay? So these are some of the questions these are some of the myths and misconceptions that we encountered online. And one of the things that this panel seeks to do is to understand what gendered misinformation is. What is the aim? Who is affected? How are they affected? Who is behind it? What do they stand to benefit? And who will benefit from the way things are, from the status quo? So these are some of the questions that also at Amwick we were grappling with. Because one, we decided to undertake a research or an investigation on the prevalence of TFGBV against women with prominent public lives. We had so much was going around on the online space, and we wanted to get to the bottom of it. So we said, why not? One of the things that we do at Amwick is we try and we seek funding to ensure that our programming and research and activities are evidence-based. We know what we are dealing, the magnanimity of what we are dealing with. So we decided to undertake this research. One, because the digital space, especially for women in the media, is not a joke. It is a big resource. Let's not forget the fact that there is still digital gender gap, but at the same time, it is that platform that can ensure that I am a managing editor before Standard promotes me. Because if we wait for Standard or Nation to promote us, ask Jen, it is the glass ceiling in the media newsroom or media organizations is built with fortified glass. It is very difficult to break through. But with the digital space, I can actually own a media house. So it is a resource that we hold dearly in our hearts. This is the place that gives us jobs. It is a place that supports our advocacy. We have very little bureaucracy on the digital platform that otherwise regular newsrooms have in plenty. Now, the other reason why we undertook this research is because TFGBV is growing. Just like I mentioned, it is not changing. It has been there, but it is growing. But now we've realized that the women who are vocal, it affects everyone, but the women who are vocal are vulnerable and they're targets. We also wanted to know the depth or the scope of the issue, as well as to now collect data that can inform proper interventions. So we did our methodology. We conducted a literature review. We did key informant interviews. We had focus group discussions, as well as a survey. Allow me to just go through some of the findings of this research. One is that 50% of the respondents have undergone TFGBV. That's like 2 in 1, 1 in 2. What do I say? Am I correct? 50% represents 1 in 2 have undergone TFGBV. 60% were harassed by strangers. That shows how unsafe these platforms are. And TFGBV, according to our research, was most prevalent on all the platforms, and that's the WhatsApp and the Facebook. WhatsApp, perhaps you can relate, because this is where intimate partner violence is perpetuated more. And WhatsApp, people have a lot of freedom to express their abuse without much regulation. We also found out that 60% of persons with disability had experienced online violence that escalated to the offline space. Perhaps it's because of their physical limitations. And then 50%, and this is where now the regulators need to come in, 50% of respondents mentioned that the organizations did not have reporting procedures. 40% lacked awareness on those reporting procedures. And finally, when I asked you if we thought online violence is a form of violence, from our research, 40% of respondents said that TFGBV is wrong, but it is not necessarily a crime. And we were talking to journalists, women human rights defenders, and politicians, women in the limelight, and they thought it's not wrong. Maybe just to add value to our research, there was more data done by UNESCO. There was a survey that was done by UNESCO which revealed that 75% of journalists have encountered harassment. 45% of women parliamentarians in Africa have been subjected to online attacks, and 73% of journalists who were surveyed globally, 1,200 of them, women journalists, had experienced online survey. What were the forms of the most prevalent TFGBV? Number one was image-based abuse. Basically, from our research, people were receiving intimate pictures that they did not ask for, unsolicited. So, like what happened to Mheshimiwa Esther Passaris. You remember the story? Yes, so that kind of thing. Then there was hate speech, followed by harassing private messages, violent threats, as well as defamation. I think I've talked about the platforms. Facebook was at the top with 36%, WhatsApp 31%, X 8%, TikTok 4%, and Instagram at 1.3%. The reasons, the respondents simply said, 43% of them said they were harassed because of their gender. And 34% was work, others were harassed just to annoy them. Some were harassed for their political views, which is really going to be intensified as we approach the 2027 elections. And then the other 17% were harassed because they were successful online. I will not talk about the legal aspect because I know Katiba is in the house, so we can talk about the laws that if the laws are adequate to deal with TFGBV cases. Some of the challenges that led to maybe the respondents not seeking legal redress is because, one, they feared retaliation. There was intimidating legal process. I'm glad you did the say that again, what do you call that? I keep forgetting. We did the survey just before the panel, where we were able to pick out some of these responses. So, fear of retaliation, intimidating, risk of harassment, inadequate access to legal support. There was also a question whether they would seek safe spaces, but the challenge was it was not enough. The safe spaces and psychosocial support needed to be accompanied by other interventions. Now, if you're going to forget about everything else I've given in this presentation, perhaps we can now focus here. What is the impact of TFGBV? Without saying much, LSK president resigned. Kenyans are very dangerous people. She resigned. And if you want to know the amount of bullying and harassment that she went through because of a position she was given by the president, you just need to go to the online platform. But she succumbed and she resigned. Of course, there could have been many other issues, but that was the end result. So what happens when women go through TFGBV, or anyone for that matter, because this is gender disinformation? One, there is political targeting. And the whole idea is to push women or those who are affected from experiencing or enjoying digital rights. And one of them is just to completely get them out of the space. There's loss of authentic voices in women in digital spaces, because the moment you're out, that means your story is not heard, you're silenced. There's, of course, vulnerability and compromised safety, as illustrated in my report. Reputational damage, radio silencing of women on online spaces, and curated content. The last two, I can confidently tell this gathering today that also affected me. Many of us in the limelight, at one point or the other, you have actually experienced TFGBV. So these days, I have to be very careful about what I post online. Make sure that the children are protected. You really have to think about what you share online. The former president, left Twitter because it was hostile. He said, I left Twitter because of the insults. I'd rather sit with my family. So as we think about the impact of TFGBV, if they can affect a sitting president, what about that woman from Meru whose privacy was invaded? How much more? So that is how deeply ingrained this problem is. You might look at it at the service level as, something that happens on a day-to-day basis, but when it comes to the impact, it runs deep with lifelong consequences, including death. People have died. People have died by suicide because of the effects of TFGPV. So some of the recommendations, Christine, I'm about to finish. Yeah. So we look at platform-based interventions. How do we involve the big tech companies, strengthening legal interventions to combat TFGPV, media industry? What is our role? And of course, just adding one more on psychosocial support for the survivors. So I want to challenge us as the media to take a leading role in the fight against TFGPV. I want to believe we have what it takes. We can do a lot, and I know so much has been said before, but I wish we could, apart from just having, fact-checking, I wish we could offer counter narratives. For me, that I feel is really powerful, that for every falsified story, we do maybe 2 or 3 that are correct. Because this is something that is in our power. And then, of course, we can follow the usual. We have a code of conduct, which is already there. So why don't we just stick to it? And then we empower the public to understand what TFGPV is. When it comes to the big tech organizations, we are advocating for more accountability. And we are hoping that with the discussions that are ongoing, we'll be able to move this needle. It's become very difficult to move. We've been static for a while, and I hope that we can take this conversation forward. And now with the artificial intelligence as well as elections just around the corner, maybe we need to move with speed. Some of the things we've done at AMWIC is, of course, we are part of a Women at Web Network East Africa, where we do a lot of things. We do capacity building. We do a lot of, we hold forums where we are able to equip journalists, not just women journalists, on how they can safeguard their safety online. We have free online resources. If you visit our website, you'll find a free safety and security handbook, which can be used by all. We have things like comic strips. We have done content around digital safety. These are accessible and available on our online platforms. And we also try to offer psychosocial support. And what we can do is we can do better when we work together. Now, my final slide is on recommendations, some of the things that I believe the panel will also address. So we can talk about media advocacy, which I've already explained, policy reforms internally and externally. Let's look at what the situation of our media houses internally. What policies are there to ensure that we are promoting safe spaces for our journalists? Can we take care of our workers? And then, of course, digital and media literacy, social media regulation, I've talked about it. And then one thing that I've had that cuts across most of the speakers in the morning was, how do we work together? Let's do cross-sector collaboration. So I'll leave you with the final quote, that we need to tafakari, that the good thing about social media is that it gives everyone a voice, and the bad thing is that it gives everyone a voice. So we can tafakari hayo. That was a quote done by an author called Brian Solis, and I would wish to end it there. And just one final thing, let's remember that the safety of our journalists is not just compromised along the digital platforms, it's compromised all around. So as we celebrate our day today, let's plan better on how we can safeguard our journalists as they get to work. Asanteni sana.
A second round of applause for her using Kiswahili. Thank you very much, Madam Executive Director. You know, I'm still thinking about that Sisal in Homa Bay. And I'm thinking, the person who has been written on that Sisal, could they go with their own knife and say no on the same, Sisal? ndio waseme sasa no. If you have written that I love a certain person, I say no. Or could I just go there and cut it all together, cut that leaf, cut that particular leaf, so that hiyo disinformation iishie hapo, si ndio? That would actually have been one of the things. So I want to get to our panelists. And our panelists, I'm really going to finger your time. I'm going to request that you summarize your thoughts, but give us the punchlines, because we need to do some good quotes. I want to also remember the people who are following us online. If you can send also your perspectives on that online space, then I'm going to read some of the quotes. I want to start with the veterans. Josephine Karani is here, and there's just no way I can start with anybody else. Otherwise, mimi naeza chapwa kiboko. Oh, you have a microphone, great. So, Josephine, we have heard that whole presentation, and now we want to ask, how can women journalists and their male counterparts promote some safe spaces on these digital platforms? Is there a way they can collaborate? Remember, during the Mentimeter question, you talked about patriarchy. And I said, why are you carrying patriarchy? Umetoa huko kwa culture, umeleta kwa newsroom. Why now? Anyway, can they?
Thank you, Christine. Good afternoon, or is it good morning, everyone? Happy I-Day day, or is not happy? Anyway, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to share also my views about this issue of impunity, crimes against journalists. And more so, I'll be a bit biased. I will speak more towards female journalists, not because I don't care about our counterparts, but I'm more informed and follow a lot on female journalists, and especially our organization, IWAT, which is the International Association of Women in Radio and Television, works closely with female journalists. Yes, women journalists and male counterparts can actually mitigate on the safety places in the ecosystem by, first of all, they themselves learning on how to be safe and have safe practices and hygiene while online. This calls for them to follow and face online abuse and harassment and find ways of countering that. It's important to report and build solidarity between colleagues when you are attacked on these issues of online, harassment. Collaboration is very important. We just listened to our colleague here, Quinta, and what Amwick is doing great. For female journalists and journalists as a whole. We have got the statistics, and definitely using those we can see how to collaborate and actually mitigate the issues that women face, especially online. We should have continuous training on the use of technologies. Not long ago, I did a paper on how women use technology, and we realized that women are more defranchised than men on the openings they have on how to use technology, and we were trying to find out how can they be lifted so that they can be at par with our colleagues and be able to use the technology properly. You see, also, once you don't know what you are using and how you are using it, you are disadvantaged, because then you will not know how to protect yourself online. So we need to up our game on use of technology so that we can know, especially now with AI coming on board, so that we can know how we can actually be safe on these digital spaces. Just to quickly mention a short idea on collaboration, and especially alluding to what Quinta said about the recommendations, I think I can almost say that IWAT as an organization, we have picked up one of Quinta's recommendations of mitigating online. And IWAT has a map. We have an observatory where we are working with UNESCO, lawyers, and the law enforcement from 4 regions in Africa. Maybe I'll give information later if time allows on how we are trying to capture and map cases of harassment of women journalists online so that now we have moved to another step where we want law enforcement to be part of us and the lawyers to carry these cases. Thank you for now. That's what I would like to share.
Thank you, Karani. You know, I'm hearing you say online hygiene, and I'm wondering at what point did we now decide to contaminate it? But never mind, it is not your fault. You know, this is how we have ended up using the online platform, if you like, in a careless manner. I want to move to Kevin Mabonga, so if he doesn't have a microphone, he can get a microphone. And just move on and ask, so what strategies can be adopted to enhance, you know, so-called moderation of content at that community level? Because you realize online attacks are not just generated by journalists. Some are actually generated by community members for very many reasons. All of those reasons that we had in the first and the second question. And so how can that be moderated so that at least even the journalists can be safe?
Thank you so much, Christine, and thank you, Quinta, for the presentation, and the Amwick team for the good work you've done. I think your research is not just focused on women journalists, but the outcomes and recommendations are for all groups. And to begin with, representing Katiba Institute, an institution that works to ensure that, to promote the culture of constitutionalism and the rule of law, I would like to highlight that the issue of online threats or bullying is very important, because from online, sometimes we get to physical. And therefore, I would want to highlight a few laws, and I believe they'll be explored in details during the second panel, that are critical in this discussion. Article 33, 34 that touch on press freedom, and Article 35 on access to information are critical in this discussion. I would also like to highlight Article 27, Article 28 and 29 of the Constitution, which touch on equality, human dignity, equality and human dignity. So in Quinta's recommendation, one of the aspects that I would try to focus on is the platform accountability. Now, many people have complained that platforms have a responsibility. They have a responsibility to moderate, because we've seen cases, as presented earlier, people have committed suicide as a result of this bullying and all that. But from our Katiba Institute perspective, we take this issue as a constitutional one. We look at it as the person or the people who bear the biggest responsibility are the platform owners, because what are they doing to prevent some of these things? And therefore, for us, accountability by big tech is very important. So I'll just highlight maybe some of because of the complaints we've had, we've seen that some of the platforms have tried at least to come up with guidelines to protect, to try to reduce the issue of anonymity, but then we still have a long way to go. We have, as you can see, the key platforms from the research, Facebook and WhatsApp. There are guidelines on those platforms. There are guidelines that guide WhatsApp platforms. They have tried to tighten some of these platforms, but we need to do more. Some of us are in WhatsApp platforms. We see some of these narratives being highlighted or given prominence, but we can't do anything. So as individuals in those groups, we also have a role to play. And also, another thing that I would say is critical are the trainings that we need to engage experts so that we are able to understand the impact. You see, when you talk to people about online bullying or cyberbullying, they will not know it. But when you highlight it from the perspective of impact is when they can get it and know that it's a serious issue to talk about. So I'll finish by also highlighting the laws that are critical, which I will not mention, the Computer Misuse and the Cybercrime Act. We have the Data Protection Act and the National Cohesion and Integration Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, it's really interesting that you have mentioned the training and those people we are creating to take up our spaces in the media and the next generation. And that's where I will now land on Dr. Ndonye. Dr. Ndonye, you are a teacher.
Yes.
And you are the one shaping the next generation of journalists.
Sure.
And I don't know, as a trainer of the next generation of journalists, what tips would you give on content moderation, that accountability, and awareness among those who are coming to that space? Because if we allow them to just come into that space, freestyle, so to speak, we might end up now with that unhygienic content, which we are trying to, you know, moderate to bring down. What tips would you really give to anyone who is also training those journalists who are coming?
Yeah, thank you, Christine, and also thank you, my fellow panelists, and also the attendants. I will begin from where my colleague from Katiba Institute has left, and also thank you, Quinta, for the insightful research. I also looked at whether you also included the institutions from where journalists are hewn, because they come from somewhere. And also we have the issue of where the content platforms are coming from. And just to answer that question, I will begin by raising something that all of us need to understand. Remember, our DO means David Omoyo, said we need to protest. Yeah, we are protesting. Where should our protest come from? Look at this. I am a content creator. In our social media, what is engagement? Just ask yourself, what is engagement? We get paid, those of us who do content creation, based on the engagements, right? Okay, ask yourself, what is an engagement? If I post something and I receive 1,000 negative engagements, are those still going to contribute to my pay? If I get 20 positive and another one gets 1,000 negative, who is going to earn more? And that is where now our protests should come, especially from the tools, from the social media industry, those who make the algorithms, so that why should someone be paid? Why should I celebrate when I'm being, for example, body shamed? Because out of that, we find many young people who have noted that and they have decided to go that way, that I better post something controversial because that is what attracts engagement. From my end, what I'm interested in is the money. Now, come back to the question. Maybe that is something to think about, where the protest should also begin with the stakeholders who can reach out to them. The content moderation, because in the institutions where we train journalists, both universities and institutes and colleges, we are required to teach students to be very careful when they are posting in the platforms. Verification, before you amplify, you verify. And that is something maybe that may not, it's common knowledge. And of course, the issue of owning the story and also the impact of that story. And of course, to rush, the issue of awareness, seeing the bigger picture when you are engaging with that. But when we go back now to where
the journalists come from, because they come from our hands. We require number one, the issue of the curricula that I think all the stakeholders, including AMWIC, who are our stakeholder, I think we have held a lot of interaction with them, with our students. Internews Media Council actually is our big man there, and we have seen them coming to our students to engage with them on what is happening on this other side of the world. So it is not actually only the industry and the media industry, but also where the journalists are coming from, because if we do not create awareness down from there, they will never be courageous enough to face this Leviathan, let me call it like that, because it is so big, and they need to be told how to engage ethically, how to engage decently, and how to ensure that they are safe. Especially, I think one of the speakers talked about why should someone disclose every information on the social media? Because that is where now these people who end up with committing these crimes, that is where they get their tools. So we give them the tools. We disclose too much online, and especially journalists. Sometimes I go online when I want to get information about someone, and you are likely, most times you can find in rare cases that a very popular person, but they have no information online. No information you can find. That means they are a bit safer. But what is the market employer telling us? Make sure all your information is on LinkedIn, on social media, blah, 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 and all that. How we are going to balance that now is what also makes, brings the dilemma. And I think in this case, we need to go back also, like, for example, what we are doing from where I come from, creating also this awareness through curricula so that we don't only teach theory, we are also teaching journalists and equipping them with the tools that can make them safe and also can prepare them for the environment that awaits them in the marketplace.
Thank you, Daktari. You know, when you're talking about creation of algorithms and rewarding of negative content, I'm looking at it and I'm saying, people are looking at the eyeballs, the clicks, and the money, but at what expense? You know, there was a slide about the impact, and you know, we are not quantifying or monetizing, putting it in terms of money, that negative impact, what it has done. Never mind, Jane Godia is sitting next to you, and I fear to give Jane Godia that microphone. Because in my small investigation, I've been peeping at the paper she's holding, and there are like 4 pages of points. Sasa Jane, utatusaidia aje? I don't know how Jane is going to help us, but I'm going to ask her to at least, you know, make a good summary of what it is that she wants to say, and just ask you, can the media fraternity undertake strategies to meaningfully address this TFGBV in the newsroom, in public, in form of probably literacy, and how can they protect the media? You know, that meaningful engagement with just this new platform that we are coming to. Thank you.
Hi, is it? Good afternoon. Christine, I think what we need to do is to start meaningful awareness creation. We have all landed on digital platforms without proper information on how to engage. But there's still room. There needs to be a lot of capacity building, and that capacity building will come in the form of information sharing, awareness creation, that eventually will help change attitudes and perceptions that people have. It took me long to start engaging in social media platforms, but because of the work I do, I'm already there. and I look at content that is posted, and I look at reactions that are posted, there are people who will tell you, can you stop lying? Can you stop saying this about this person? I look at things even like somebody being asked, oh, so you've posted, but you are not married. Where is your husband? What has that got to do with what you've posted? So what is important is that first, in the newsrooms, we lack proper guidelines and procedures in terms of how do you protect your staff. And there are no policies. We don't even, most newsrooms don't even have social media policies. At my workplace, the one that pays me my daily bread, the World Association of News Publishers, we have developed newsroom policy guidelines to fight online harassment. And if newsroom managers can understand what online harassment is, because I think what happens is the leaders in the newsroom, like the managing editor, the CEO, the editor-in-chief, some of them don't even understand what the foot soldiers and the junior staff are going through, because mainly they are the ones who are affected. We need to have proper procedures. Do we understand the Computer Act, for example, how we engage? And do the police understand that act? I remember I once worked on the domestic protection against domestic violence procedures, because the act is there, but how does the police engage with this law? So how do we engage with the laws that are there? Online harassment threatens to significantly diminish diversity in newsroom and content. That one we must accept. Women remain disproportionately affected. If you look at the statistics that were quoted initially, 75% of female journalists have faced some form of online harassment. And when it comes, like Quinta says, it affects you, it affects your family. They start talking about your husband, your children, and your parents even. And then you wonder, do I still need to be in this space, or do I need to step back? So you find that many female journalists then decide to step back. Some of them decide to resign and get away from journalism altogether. And then we find that when this happens, there's underrepresentation of women, and there's also underrepresentation of gender diverse voices in content, and prevalence of sexual harassment then remains. So it's important that we start building capacity, not only for journalism or media practitioners, but we must also talk to the community out there through maybe our radio shows, our talk shows, and have a proper conversation. And this conversation must be able to address intersectionality. There's a lot of unconscious bias coming in what is being thrown. And then we must also address dynamics of privilege and oppression. Does you having a Twitter handle or a Facebook page give you that privilege that you can abuse everybody who you think you know something about? And also, I also look at it in terms of leadership. If you look at our newsrooms, the leadership is a bit biased in terms of how many do we have women being business leads, that is CEOs, and how many do we have as editorial leads? Because if a woman is a business lead, she might understand me, what I'm going through, better than the male colleague. So it's therefore important that we start looking at this, and I'm looking at what we have done at WANIFRA, where we say that globally, 30% of women in newsrooms are the editorial leads. The same for Africa. In Kenya, we only have 27% of women being editorial leads and 36% being business leads. That is those who are CEOs, like maybe Julia Majale, and we lost the Standard, Marion. When she came, she was among those we were counting. So we must really start addressing what happens when it's a male leader and a female junior comes to talk to him about what they are facing. What happens when it's a female leader and a male colleague comes to talk to them what they are facing? Just last Friday, I was talking to female journalists in Kenya through our program Leadership Accelerator. And the horrifying stories that they tell you, that I just say hi to my boss, I'm working remotely, and the next thing he's telling me on WhatsApp, can I come and warm your bed as you're working? That is in the newsroom. We are not even saying it's happening out there. So the technologically facilitated
JBV.
Yeah, it has gone. It also includes sexual harassment, and the stories are frightening, because what you're being told and what is happening is really shaming. And we know we talk to women about professional and personal branding, because that is also affected. What do you post online? Where is the difference between what you do professionally and what you do personally? And there's a thin line between that branding. So it's really important that we start educating the masses and having conversations and saying, okay, you've abused Jane Godia online. What about if somebody is abusing your sister or your mother or somebody else? You must also think she's a mother, she's a sister, she's an auntie. The same that could happen to your relative.
Thank you, Jane.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Jane, I want you and I to do a crusade and take it around the country. And you are the keynote speaker in each of those crusades. We are going to just start in the newsrooms, because I'm hearing that there's need for those who are inside the newsroom to be converted. First, to see it from outside of the profession. To see this is a professional woman, or a professional young man for that matter, who is a mother, a sister, an auntie, and everything else in the social space, which is where we have now put our media content. Marita, you come last, not because you have less to say, but I want you to take up this space and just tell us, how can media practitioners move towards fair, balanced, ethical, impartial, and even focus on the survivors of this TFGBV? Because those people end up being underreported or ignored, just, altogether ignored. Maybe it just goes out as like a one sentence and then it ends. So maybe you give us just something that we can work with as we start to make some changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Good afternoon, colleagues. Just before I highlight that, which I think you have also helped highlight in your question, and also from fellow panelists, I would like to draw the attention to the impact. What is the biggest impact when we allow TFGB to happen? Not just for journalists, but also other women leaders and human rights defenders and digital activists. I can speak for the newsroom, for example. I joined a newsroom long ago, and one thing that I noted is that it felt like there are sectors or bits that are left for male journalists and others for female journalists. And studies all over will show, indeed, that it's true that there are sectors, especially around human rights, focusing on human rights, sectors focusing on gender, and other issues which I can quote unquote mention as sensitive issues, are being covered more by women rather than male journalists. So what this means is that from the research you have seen, when women are targeted, women journalists are targeted, it means that these particular issues that they tend to normally cover will be less covered. And that has an impact in democracy, it has an impact in society. And that is the huge impact that we need to focus on and consider why we, for example, as male journalists, need, for example, to be sensitive to our colleagues, and as a media industry,
be the ones targeting and reporting against issues that are contributing to TFGBV. So for starters, many newsrooms do adhere to the code of conduct, but you'll find there are some, and I'm not targeting anyone in this particular sense, but there are some, or even ourselves individually through our individual accounts, would tend to now find sensationalism out of particular issues that have been highlighted about a female colleague, for example, whether it's through doxing or unconsented imagery that has been shared on social media. We have those social media accounts that are related to the main newsrooms that are left to do that sensationalism. Instead, we should focus on being sensitive. How do we think about the victim that is being highlighted, and how can we, as Media House, now start highlighting that issue by being sensitive about how they're affected, how they're portrayed in society, and the general impact of their work and their contribution of their work to society. Second, instead of also focusing on sensationalism, we can focus on the rights of these individuals, on their safety, because when content spreads, as you have heard from Quinta, is that some of these things are not new. They have been there. But technology has more or less expanded how fast these harms can spread, how quick basically they can affect the individual. So we should report these issues while looking at the angle of the safety of the victims, of the needs and the support that they require, including psychological support to ensure that they can overcome, instead of just, for example, deciding and writing that politician A and B was seen in a hotel with a certain male politician. What is the importance of publishing that? How is it supporting your newsroom, for example? The other thing is that we need to strengthen our verification mechanisms for video and image, especially those that are being generated by AI or other tools, because these things will keep developing. Same, we need to improve our skills and get the latest tools to ensure that we are best prepared to be able to verify, so that if indeed you must carry that story for public interest, then you have the proper verification that indeed what happened is correct, so that you don't continue to misinform society just because you relied on something that came up online, or it was sent to you through an anonymous source, for example. It is important to also focus on ethical reporting, adhere to the standards that you have. And the other thing I'll add on to that is that each newsroom should ensure that they develop their own standards or policies on covering TFGBV, standards that are gender-based, to ensure that you treat these kind of stories in a sensitive manner. How do you address and how do you deliberately try and protect women and female journalists whenever such things can come up. The other thing is that it has been mentioned here, focus on accountability. I remember when Amwick was developing this study, we were invited to participate in a validation forum. And I noted that indeed, and I think you saw it on the slide here today, you'll see that Facebook tops, then there is WhatsApp, Amwick calls them the old media, and then there is X, and then there is IG. You could go deeper as a journalist and decide to do investigations. What is it about these platforms that allows this harmful content to spread or appear? Why is it high on the old media and less on the other ones? And how can you hold or even help government hold these platforms accountable to ensure that their policies, the technology of the platforms either allows or prevents such harms from spreading? That is a form of holding technology accountable as a journalist, as an individual. It doesn't have to be a media council alone or Internews or any of the other media development organizations, but it can take it up from an individual level. I think I'm done, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We really appreciate those thoughts and those views. I promised Leo I was going to finish, 5 minutes ago. I don't know, Halima, do we have any responses from the people following us online? Maybe I could read a few of those. But at this point in time, I am feeling like we have enough content, or at least some content which we can put in our protest communique or memorandum, coming from I-Day celebrations in Nakuru to those tech-facilitated platforms that do not look for very strict measures. And I am also seeing that we also need to be really courageous to confront that misinformation and advocate for truth, honestly. You know, this individual we are talking about who has been targeted with tech-facilitated GBV is not just, just a journalist. You know, it's bigger than just the work that they do. I want to, Leo, do I have that permission to take 1 minute from each person? Okay, Leo has given me 1 more minute. So everybody just put your thoughts in a 1 minute statement so that we can start winding up. And maybe you need to now start thinking, in the afternoon, unajua tunaweza tembea from here to town, eh? Your protest, as Dr. Ndonye said, it came from DOO, and he's my boss. So I can actually lead this and say, but you said it is a day for protest. Never mind. And I'm not saying that because he's not sitting in the room. I know he's following. So for each one of you, and I'll start from the far end, just a one statement of something that we can do, of probably a way forward, because we really need to come out with something. We have come here, yes, we have talked about the issues, and then, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you for the opportunity. For me, 2 things. One, we need to do more on awareness, and that awareness, the focus should be on the impact so that we understand what the impact can cause. Then 2, platform accountability, and we've talked about the most responsible in this area are the platform, the big tech, the Facebooks, the WhatsApp. Then lastly, it's an opportunity for collaboration. I think all the players in the room, from here, we can always work more about the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karani?
Thank you. For me, maybe 2 things. One, collaboration, and working as a team, working together, all of us. Secondly, we have the advantage of having the microphone. We are the people who broadcast other people's issues. Why can't we talk about ourselves? It's a high time we look inwards, the way Eric said. When a journalist is harassed or killed, we don't make noise about it, but we report on other people. It's a high time we take ourselves first.
Thank you. Dr. Ndonye?
Yeah, thank you. And TFGBV, to me, I think what we are hearing is that is a multi-sectoral issue. All of us are affected in one way or another. And we need to have that awareness, because awareness is also one of the things that I would want emphasized, awareness even from ourselves. What we call doxing does not come just from anywhere. And there has been such complaints that we are sharing too much on social media. Yesterday morning, my daughter, who is 4 years, was complaining that when I take her the selfie with her, I'm not posting on my Twitter and of course the TikTok. So when she asked me why, I told her the government does not allow me to post you on social media. She never asked me the question. Maybe I will explain later, but let us protect ourselves first. We love ourselves first, and then others come later.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, you have brought up something. Director in the morning was telling us that we post our family. I've just dropped my angel. Have you also thought about child protection? You know, and this is your own children. Never mind. Jane? Finya.
I want to say that technologically facilitated gender-based violence actually affects freedom of expression and freedom of us doing our work. So we really need mitigation measures and opportunities. We really need to have stronger regulation, one, as an industry, leave alone what we have as the act, but as the media industry, what can we do? We need to seek platform accountability, but we also need to give support to survivors of technologically facilitated gender-based violence, maybe offer them some psychosocial counseling and really get to listen to them and see how we can help them come back to normalcy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was actually wondering, Quinta, the two media ladies that you put up, Yvonne Okwara and Mashima, what happened? Did the media go out and rally and just say, no, wacheni maneno, we want to protect our own? Maybe we didn't do anything, you know, as the media, so we're guilty as charged. And maybe this is the time when we need to wake up and realize, today it is that person, tomorrow it will be you. You know, until we wake up to that reality, then we can start thinking about taking some positive action. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Two things. I know you said one, but I'll follow on Kevin's. He started it. So, so the first one I mentioned earlier about the bits that female journalists do. I didn't mean that men should not do those bits. Actually, I believe that men who cover those quote-unquote sensitive bits are at a chance of succeeding in their careers. One of Kevin's friend, Leon Lidigo, for example, is one of the journalists I follow, and I think he does great work in covering such areas. So I encourage male journalists to also cover those areas. Secondly, I think that we should, as a sector, highlight these issues a lot and encourage female journalists not to leave the career of journalism and pursue other areas where you're not targeted, but remain resilient, seek support from the different organizations that are represented here to be able to ensure that you strive in that space. And lastly, a call to action, and especially to Media Council of Kenya. I hope that next year, when we come here, we can do a reflection and analyze what are the trends, who is being affected, how are they being targeted, who are the perpetrators. And in the last 1 year, which would now be between now and November next year, what have we done, not just Media Council, but including the partners, to ensure that we have held those responsible accountable, including the ODPP has been mentioned here severally, to ensure that they can give us a report around how this has been addressed. That way, we can be able to have meaningful, measurable systems to ensure that maybe by a certain number of years, as a country, we have been able to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just read a little bit of some feedback. Somebody called Moses Ole Nkamasiai, a student from Rongo University, is asking, so how can universities and journalism training institutions strengthen their efforts to educate students on identifying and addressing gender-based discrimination? I think Dr. Ndonye made some inroads in that when he talked about curriculum. He's also saying that he's preparing to join a newsroom. So what mentorship or protection programs are in place to support young journalists, especially women, against technology-facilitated gender-based harassment during internship, you know, and early career stages? I'll tell you one of the things that we do, at least for the Media Council of Kenya internship program. We usually take them through induction, and we sensitize them to be aware about technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So when they are going into the newsroom, they know a senior reporter or an editor can start to harass them on that WhatsApp, space, or on Facebook, they can start to troll them and so on and so forth. So that can actually happen. You know, this was one of the, I think this is the only one that has brought in their questions. Lastly, how can Media Council of Kenya collaborate with student media organizations and campus journalism clubs to promote gender equality and ensure cases of harassment are reported and acted upon effectively? I will say that Media Council of Kenya right now, I think we have 2 major media students organizations that we are collaborating with, and these are some of the issues that we are addressing, because again, the solutions lie sometimes with those who are attacked. And so as we wind up this particular panel on the gender disinformation, let's think about how does it affect us. When a colleague of yours has exited for the simple reason that they were attacked in technology facilitated GBV, how does it leave you feeling? Do you say, that one, she's just a weak one, she should have been stronger? Were you there to help her be stronger? Did you also help her in the campaign to protect her? You know, think about it, personalize it now as a journalist, because as I have said a few minutes ago, today it is that person, tomorrow it will be you. Who will stand with you? I think we are almost getting ready for the protest. So Leo, please provide the papers, tuandike mabango, tutembee hivi Nakuru town. Thank you very much. I want us to give a clap to our panelists. And thank you for those who joined us online. We are really, really grateful for your participation, and at least for Moses, who sent in some questions and some feedback. I'm hoping you have taken some good notes. There are things we can take back to the editor and just go and say, you know what, how can we make our newsroom safer? Thank you very much, panelists. You may now step down. Panelists, before you go very far, there's a photographer asking me that we do a group photo. So let's just be at the stage here. Who is the photographer? Photographer Kuja, paper presenter Quinta, please join us. Thank you very much.
Pigia makofi ama mimi sikusikia. Saa nyingine nilikuwa na njaa sana, kichwa yangu inalikuwa nimesikia. Njaa pia ni ugonjwa. Sasa si imekuwa gumzo nzuri. Now we are going to the next presentation as agreed. We delay, we finish, and then we go for lunch, and then we do social networking, then we go home. See? Yeah, but there are those who sleep here, so so don't be worried. It's already past checkout time, so ukifikiria tukitoka saa hii tutakuwa umesave. So our next panel is on crimes against journalists, answering the hard questions and finding solutions. So I need Rebecca. Rebecca is the manager for accreditation and compliance at the Media Council of Kenya, a very, very, very experienced journalist, formerly a news editor pale kwa K24 and the radios. Is an expert on solution-based journalism and other things. Tunamtegemea sana, tegemeo letu. Karatasi, the paper will be presented by Leo Mutisia, who is our manager for press freedom and advocacy. Again, a very much that is not in terms of background journalism, but a very refined advocacy strategies and partnership colleague and research. Those are his main areas. We have forced him to become a journalist by association, so he leads a lot of our work, around advocacy. So Bwana Leo tengeneza karatasi, wewe kuja huku juu. Ndio kaa hapa karibu huku juu. Hii kiti ya nyota nyingine iko baridi. Haya, Tom, karibu sana, our colleague from ODPP. Karibu sana. Viti ni kidogo. Wewe kaa, mwenye atakuja mwisho ndio tutatafutia mahali. You must know how to grab. Power is grabbed. Josephat, come in, please. IPOA, mnajua? Independent Police Oversight. Sio? IPOA. Wako hapa. Hawana polisi wa kushika hapa, lakini tuko nao hapa. They will be sharing with us because some of the cases we are talking about, when we talk about prosecute, promote and protect, some of the cases like in Nakuru, it was a police officer against a journalist, sio? And what happens? Some of the issues you raised is from the prosecution. Some of the challenges and some of the issues they are facing. Bwana Eric Oduor, obviously SG. Eric, again, a very experienced journalist. In addition to SG work, trade unionism, is a very experienced journalist. Up to the other day, he was a senior editor at Nation Media Group, largely on the East African. So anaelewa ni rafiki ya Samia, Museveni na marafiki zake. So atatuambia nini wanafanya. So Eric, karibu. Wakili Minish, our manager for regulatory affairs. Bwana Minish, a very experienced lawyer. He was a hardcore lawyer, but sasa ameanza kuelewa waandishi wa habari. Ukisema the law is very clear, pia wanauliza clear up to what level. So Akili, karibu. That's our manager at the Media Council of Kenya. He's an advocate of the High Court. Tom, Kasi International. Kasi mwenyewe, Tom anafanya na Kasi International. Lakini ako based Baringo. Kwa hivyo Tom largely has been a very experienced field-based journalist. Many times he has been a victim, many times, but he survives. Chairman. So tumemleta hapa na atuambie maneno yake, few experiences and what he can advise. Then Patricia, Joseph. Patricia, wakili wa kutambulika, an advocate of the High Court, anafanya Katiba Institute, na yeye sana sana hako kwa constitutional law, sio? Mambo ya kutabiri na kufafanua na kueleza na kueneza mambo ya katiba, sio? Tukisema hii maneno ya article 34, 35, hiyo ni ndio chakula yake, anakula kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. So karibu sana Patricia. So sikari yangu mimi imeisha. I can go for early lunch. So kari yangu ilikuwa ni kwa soka. Bwana Leo ndiye ataanza na paper presentation. Then our able Rebecca will moderate. As we said, means cut theory, sio? Quality not quantity. So give us what we can take home. Asante. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Director. I'll be very fast. Mine is actually to just highlight some of our findings from the violations register, and to hope that part of the mandate of this panel is to validate that report and to respond to some of the questions that were raised in the morning, including by SG here. Because you're asking why are registers disappearing, why are issues of journalists not being pursued by the police and the related, because you have many cases, including Kajiado, zenye zimekwama kwa OCS, and so on and so forth. So basically, this is the global state of press freedom. I've looked at the most extreme, 248 deaths in Gaza alone, where more than in any other conflict in modern history. This is where most journalists have so far lost their lives. And you remember the bombing the other day outside the Al-Shifa hospital, where a good number, I think 5 journalists were murdered by Israel bombs. But again, and this is the negative thing about online, there is a lot of propaganda by the IDF and the Israeli government, so that to just make sure that some of these issues are never reported. And fortunately, we are getting to hear about them, and they are being documented. That is the thing about human rights work. So Sudan is a second worst scenario, 30 deaths, more than 550 violations against media workers in Sudan around since 2023, since the two generals disagreed. The most recent, of course, you've seen what happened, the massacre, the genocide, and we are yet to get reports of how many journalists who are caught up in that conundrum. So that's where we are. Pakistan, of course, recorded 6 deaths of journalists in 2024, attributed to political unrest and corrupt public officials. Mexico, again, 6 deaths. You know, Mexico and the cartels, corruption, public officials. There are people who take corruption a notch higher, to the next level. I mean, Homa Bay could even be a case of corruption that, if we are to dig deeper, mtu anakula pesa mahali and they don't want to be, they don't want the touch on them. So the war in Ukraine, again, has claimed 16 reporters since it began, and then in Syria, it's a quiet space now. Everybody loves Syria. Everybody wants to meet the president. So when there is political, peace, but the politicians are agreeing, then of course, then you find that the incidences are going down and journalists are able to operate. So what about Kenya? The state of the press freedom in Kenya 2025, and there were no unusual deaths during the reporting period. We lost journalists, but not in the line of duty. Natural issues, some were sick, others, another one was in an accident. So yes, there were deaths, but not very unusual. The last time we had death was that Pakistan journalist was killed here. Of course, he was not in the line of duty, but that has affected our ranking globally big time. So we keep asking ourselves why, even though the case has been properly adjudicated in our courts. A journalist was remanded, for those who don't know, in Nyamira, remanded in Kisii. I remember calling the SG at some point to also support in intervening. Finally, he was released, but the case is ongoing. 2 journalists were abducted. We just mentioned one in Homa Bay. Another one took place in Kitui, where a journalist was abducted during the World Press Freedom Day, actually, and brought to Nairobi. The case is still somewhere between the investigating officers and the ODPP. We don't know where it is. We've been following up. I remember talking to Terence at some point. I'm asking, what do we do? Where do we even intervene at? You know, do we deal with the DCI? Do we deal with the ODPP? Kesi iko wapi? You know, imepotelea mahali. And many others have been assaulted, as you're going to see in a part of the report that we have analyzed, and equipment destroyed. There are many journalists, about 5 or 6, who have lost their smartphones, expensive smartphones, expensive gadgets, some during the Gachagua homecoming, others during a DAPK party event in Karen. And we met even the politicians of the DAPK, and they promised to pay, but then they disappeared on us. So we are waiting that the by-election that they are dealing with in Western, once it's over, we are going to be knocking their doors to ask them to compensate the journalists. And a few others in Thika and Kankundo Road, somewhere where a journalist was clobbered and his phone was stolen. And those phones have never been, they have never come on. They have never been switched on. We've been following. The DCI tells us we are still waiting for this phone to be switched on. We have not seen it on the radar. So once they come on, then we are hoping that will make an example with those ones. Closure of newsrooms. Remember that happened in the commemoration of the Gen Z protests the other day. And I mean, there has been plain intimidation as one of the characteristics. And in terms of global ragging, again, Kenya is still partly free by the Freedom House. And a difficult situation by the Reporters Without Borders. And the question has always been, when you say that the media regulator is funded by the state, is one of the reasons that you're giving that we are a difficult situation, then we must ask ourselves questions like, if in countries in Europe and in Scandinavia are funded by the state and they are still independent, why can't we have institutions that are funded by the state and can't be independent? Because public cover is public cover, and it should be independently managed through parliament, isn't it? So we must, I mean, some of those reports must be challenged. Of course, then the question is, how do we view ourselves as Kenyans, as institutions, and as activists for this matter, and as journalists? So legally, the only two laws have changed, I think. Many should talk about that. The computer misuse, which remains a very challenging law, and of course the code of conduct for media practice. A milestone done by the sector is not a media council process, really. We were just part of it and moving the process, but ministry and the sector did a very big job in ensuring that this law, this code of conduct was reviewed successfully. Politically, there's still negative rhetoric against mainstream journalism. It continues. It started way before the elections in 2022. It was sustained the first 1 year, the second year. But mainstream journalists is still viewed badly, particularly when they cover issues related to public policy. Not because they cover them negatively, but because they are covering them. They are telling the public what's going on. And that, puts journalism under a lot of threat. So in terms from the violations register, you can see what has happened. You remember the CEO talking about it in his statement, press violations by gender in 2024. If you compare, the number of female perpetrators, victims have gone down compared to their male counterparts. In terms of press violations per region, Nairobi still leads. I guess it's because of the demonstrations. Homa Bay, there have been a number of incidences reported from Homa Bay, and particularly during the Madaraka Day celebrations when more than 10 journalists were really beaten by security officers. But some lost their laptops, others lost their phones, others were injured. I remember one journalist came with a broke arm. And I don't think there was any statement from the government, main government in this regard, regarding this issue, but you have seen improvement. We have seen improvement that in the last commemorations, journalists have been treated better than they were in that time. And Nakuru, a lot of things going on in Nakuru. At some point, even journalists decided they will not be covering. They threatened IPOA. I remember there was a statement you guys issued saying that you don't trust IPOA, you don't even want them to pursue. Then the question is, we have those institutions. If we say that we are not going to cover them and hold them to account because they are delaying justice, what are we doing? Are we inviting anarchy? How then do we proceed from there? How? And I thought maybe we need to report them even more every day, tag them so that they can take action on issues that are affecting journalists. But we will have a conversation around it by the panel here. Nature of violations, I think we spoke about that. Assaults, intimidation, threats, arrests, censorship, restriction of media coverage. And the censorship is not really something that is direct. Sometimes it's very subtle. Sometimes some journalists are paid. Sometimes someone gets into your inbox, DM, and they tell you something that, I know you're about to publish a certain piece, please be careful about it. So that's there. And remember in the protest, Gen Z, the commemoration, there was that fear by mainstream media to stop the live broadcasts, and there was an attempt not to do live at some point, but then the pressure again, the pressure increases or decreases or increases, so it decreases. So perpetrators, police are taking again center stage, but there's an interchange in this year between county government and police. As you can see, county government officials are the one who we are looking at. The police come number 2 for 2025. And then goons, the case of Trans Nzoia, for example, goons are being mobilized to target journalists. County governments don't like being covered. And you've seen a lot of cases where even governors will not share certain information. It's a bad situation. We have had to intervene in a number of counties. So that's where we are. The nature of violation by perpetrators. So assaults are still taking the lead, threats, intimidation, arrests. Denial to physical access, which is related to access to information, and abduction. Like I said, we have had two. There was one reported case of an abduction, quote unquote. We are supposed to be reporting 3 cases, but when you listen to the case from the DCI, from other actors, you feel it was not really an abduction. It's the journalist who does not really understand what procedural arrest is about, or who felt really threatened. They felt like, it's the first time I'm getting arrested. Should not be happening. I'm a journalist. And they came to us running. And then they were turned into state witnesses. So when you follow up, there's a statement that they have agreed and volunteered a lot of information that makes them automatically state witnesses. So it's a complicated case that we don't want to report here for that matter. And then I wanted to compare that data from the violations register with this one that we did in May last year, about what are the main safety concerns across counties, May this year, sorry. And you can see those issues coming up. They're coming up, issues to do with threats. As number 3, denial of access as being one of them, physical attacks, destruction of equipment, and that destruction of equipment is very critical, particularly when it affects freelance journalists. And like I think all the speakers say that we need to work together, the issues of collaboration and related, but we need to work more. We need to work harder as well. But there's the first thing there that talks about lack of protective gear. And basically that is the responsibility of the employer, isn't it? Isn't it? It's the responsibility of the employer to give you, who gives Larry Madowo the helmet that he uses? Does he buy for himself? It's CNN, isn't it? The jackets. Are we that poor? Our media house is that poor? Or we are just unable to be disciplined? Or they're just economical? They want to. I think there are editors here who can speak to that, because we expect them to protect journalists. So those issues speak to our register. But I also noticed that our register has some limitations. And in the validation, I hope those are some of the recommendations that you're going to give us. The issues of monitoring online incidences, it doesn't cover them a lot. Actually, it doesn't capture them. And also the idea of allowing journalists to self-interact with the tool, so that then we just become moderators after confirming. So the idea is to make it an open source tool software, so that then anybody like Tongol or Facebook, anybody can report an incident from wherever they are, and then we can just validate it so that we allow it to proceed in the system. And then it goes, we are able to see evidence of what step has been taken, not just by the Media Council, but by also the various institutions and even stakeholders, civil society, that are involved in that, so that we connect it with an advocacy perspective. So violations trends per month, July was the main, was the pinnacle of all violations. You remember, you know why? June, July, because of the commemoration of the Gen Z demonstrations, and the others have just been, incident. Mostly is when there is political agitation. That's when there is a spike. That's when journalists get targeted. We are going to an election year. How prepared are we, for example? Because that's when you guys, the government will try to buy most of you. You refuse, guillotine. So mine, I'm not concluding, I'm not making recommendations. I'm expecting the recommendations from the gentlemen and ladies here, led by Becky. So those are just some of the few questions, and I think they are reflective of what Becky has on her bag. So thank you so much. Karibu, Becky. Over to you.
Thank you, Leo, for that wonderful presentation. I could see all of you listening keenly to what Leo was saying. So I just want 3 people to tell me what has stood out for them from Leo's presentation. Ama, you were sleeping with your eyes open. I want to see. Any volunteers? Yes? Yes, Purity.
County-led. Mine was at county-led in the violations against journalists.
That stood out for me too. Yes, thank you very much. Who else? Someone else? Or I'll pick. Marita, yes? Sorry, I can't see you. Timo has. Yes. Yes, Marita?
It was actually on his tail end of his presentation.
Yes.
That he was wondering why Africa Uncensored had protection gear from CNN.
Mhm.
And I think Leo should have an answer. It's very difficult, the journalist here would say, it's very difficult for them to get this protection equipment. Because I believe they're supposed to get the license from government, from the police. And if a media house is seen to be too critical to the government, they are denied. We actually spoke to Africa Uncensored about some of their concerns, especially on safety of journalists, and this is one of the things that they highlighted. So during the issues last year covering the protests, mostly those who are seen with such equipments, probably they use another media house like international media that more or less can get those things coming in through their influence in government, than them themselves getting approved to have.
Thank you, Marita. Nice point. Because, you know, for you to actually own a bulletproof vest, you must, it's considered a weapon. You must get the proper license for that. The final one, yes, please.
Yeah, the final one that stood out for me is the journalists have done everything. They've reported, they have brought forward cases of harassment, cases of intimidation, what SG talked about this morning. But the problem is with IPOA, ODPP, with the law enforcement. So that's what I'm happy that we have gentlemen there who are from these institutions. I really hope today we can start on a positive note.
Thank you, Josephine. You have brought it home. Today we are here to have the hard discussions around journalist safety and protection, and as well as speak about the solutions. I want to urge my columnists, don't start fighting before I get to the questions. So maintain your cool. Okay. So that was on a light note. So for me, I want to go the Quinta way and start with a very small story about my experiencing in covering protests in the newsroom. When I was a correspondent, I always had a very keen interest in covering protests, but I had never been sent for one. So we were at the Union Towers. My colleagues Dina and Odur may remember this story. So I asked the editor, please allow, there was a demonstration by civil society just outside near Kencom. So I asked him to allow me to go and cover the protests. He agreed. Of course, he thought, what could go wrong? The protests are right outside. So I went. Everything went on well until police came. I want to cut a long story short by saying, I went to the newsroom without shoes. And you all see, you all know me. I was the first one to the office. Everyone else was following me. So that killed my appetite for covering protests. And when I reflect on that, I want to also think about the paper Leo has presented. And another one by UNESCO that shows that over the last 3 years, 310 journalists did not go home. So when we are talking about the safety of journalists, we are also talking about someone's father, someone's mother, someone's husband, someone's fiancé who did not make it home. So that's why today I want us to really have a deep discussion around this and possibly come up with solutions towards this. So I want to now start by engaging my panel. Before waanze story, nimeona vile walikuwa wameanza. In fact, I would ask you switch your seat. Odori, please, sorry, Eric, please come here. Because I can see how things there are going to get. Please switch your seat with John. They know why. Okay, so let me get to it. I want to start with IPOA. I think they have been adversely mentioned IPOA, and as well as the ODPP's office. Let me start with the ODPP cases. Is it not working? Or?
Yeah, it is good.
So, in the last 2 years, and I want us to make it very brief, take 2 minutes to answer each question so that we can conclude. So in the last 2 years, we've been told that cases zinafika kwenu zinapotea kwa ODPP, but kwa IPOA. But for ODPP, how many cases of violations against journalists have you received in the last 2 years, and what is the status of resolution?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
First of all, you didn't warn me, Rebecca, that I needed to carry a helmet and a bulletproof jacket.
I figured.
I'm telling you. Now, just to clarify issues,
yes,
we are committed to working with you people.
Yes.
In fact, I can tell you before this meeting, the director himself would have wished to be here, but he had a prior engagement. And what he has told me is that once we finish these discussions, I should brief him on what the mood is. I'll want to tell you, in the event that we have one isolated issue in a region, please let's treat it as that. And I can give an example. We all know of the dollar case, right?
Yes.
We cannot now cluster all journalists to be bad people. So when we have an isolated situation in a place, kindly let us try to address that issue as a one-off. And true, the SG has since followed up, and before we went for break, he's just given me feedback that the file has been found. You know?
A clap.
So we were not
I have not gotten there. Just answer my question first. In the last 2 years, how many cases have you received? How many have been resolved?
Now we have about 5 cases.
Yes.
You'll just allow me like 3 minutes just to go through them because they'll bring out challenges.
Yes, yes.
We have one case, I think the famous or infamous Catherine Wanjeri.
Yes.
You remember it?
She's actually here.
What I can say is that the case is with IPOA as far as we are concerned. So probably he will explain. But just to show the effort that ODPP did,
yes,
and the police will bear me witness. Once this happened, I took a team myself of 5 prosecutors. We went to the county commander's office then, and we wanted to know about it because we take your cases very seriously. Number 2, we have a case of Daniel Chege.
Yes.
Again, unfortunately, Mr. Kaimenyi, it is with him. I think, again, he'll explain. We have another case of Ruth Shomei.
Yes.
Samoei.
Samoei.
Yes. The information I have, I hope it is accurate. And please, journalists, I want you guys to know one thing. We don't conduct investigations. What happens is that sometimes we can prompt, or we can follow up, or we can write asking about a situation. But the actors in that aspect is definitely IPOA and the police. So even that one, apparently, we were told that the complainant, and I'm sorry if my facts are not accurate, did not pursue her claim. We also have another case of Marianne Nyambura of Citizen, Evans and Tim. And what happened again, the case is with IPOA. He will explain. And the challenge here is the witness aspect of it. And this is what I wanted to bring out. It is only one complainant who stepped forward to record a statement. Now, it becomes very difficult if we don't have witnesses to tender that evidence. Evidence always comes from the complainant. Now, there's a very interesting case here, and this is how diligent ODPP is. I got the file on 20th, on 20th of this month, and I can assure you I dispatched the file by 29th, sanctioning charging. Now, the problem is this. If you know it, Francis Kiraguri and Simon Mbogwa. Now, the problem with this case is this. One of the parties was willing to plead again, to go for diversion, and the other person refused. And the challenge here, and I understand your concerns, this is a 2020 case. Now, you can imagine the shuffle between us, IPOA, us. But you know what, the decision that we did, I decided that we can't have that back and forth. If this one wants diversion, which is provided for in law anyway, and this one is saying they want to pursue the cases to the end, why not? So I can assure you today that we've sanctioned charging, and the guy is going to be arraigned in court probably on Monday. Okay?
Thank you very much. Another case?
We have another one, but this one was, it was a journalist. It was the police who was a complainant,
Yes.
but they agreed and we had diversion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom, you have very well thrown the back right at IPOA's door. So IPOA, zile kesi muko nazo, zimefika wapi?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. As you are told, my name is Josephat Kaimenyi. I'm the regional coordinator, South Rift, representing the IPOA.
Yes.
Also, as my colleague, Bwana Imbali has said, it was the wish of my director or the CEO of IPOA was supposed to be here until, I think, yesterday afternoon, when I was told that I'm supposed to represent him. But I'm here competently to do so. But before I proceed, I want to make two facts clear.
Yes.
One is the process that our investigations up to the point of prosecution, where our cases go. You may find that actually we do not deal with the regional ODPP office.
Yes.
Once our case is done with my team of investigators, we forward the same file, complete file, to our technical team in Nairobi.
Yes.
The legal, the technical aspect, the investigators and the forensics, who maybe cope with the fine details of for the file. Thereafter, after they are satisfied that it can meet the threshold, they forward to the office of the ODPP in Nairobi. There is a special panel of prosecutors who handle cases from IPOA.
So how many forwarded cases
So,
have
for
been dealt with?
example,
Yes.
without any fear of contradiction,
Yes.
the case of our dear sister here, Catherine Wanjeri karaoke case, is lying at the file is lying at the office, at the desk of the ODPP in Nairobi.
Okay. Thank you very
It
much.
has been forwarded.
Yes.
Maybe other cases
Yes.
that I have, I think other three public interest cases
Yes.
that involve a journalist. There is the famous drama festival, Nakuru Drama Festival case. Remember the play by Malala?
Yes.
It was called what? The famous play, remember it?
Yes, we do.
The Chagos of Doom, yes.
Yes.
Yes. I think we are forwarding the same case to Nairobi. It is also lying at the office of the ODPP.
Yes.
The same case, it's me reporting, the case of Milian also. There's the case that happened at the State Lions here.
Yes.
And the other one, in the evening or the early morning at Milian is here. At Kibo.
She's not here, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It happened at Kiboroni. Is it Kiboroni?
Yes.
Kiboroni. Yes. But interestingly, as my colleague has said, she's only the one who stepped forward to record the statement. And he said it becomes difficult without other witnesses' statements.
Yes.
That's the second case. And it involved other journalists. We had colleagues like Evans Asiba, Royal Media. Daniel Chege, The Standard, where they were tear gassed and assaulted, amid the heavy police response. I opened investigations into police conduct during this event. We have also the case for the Majengo Pumwani demonstrations in Nairobi. This happened in March 2025 in Nairobi. 4 journalists, namely Justin Odiek, Isli Voice, Rea Kukurema, NTV, Dennis Osongo, NTV, and Enos, Statue of the Star, were attacked while on duty. IPOA took upon the mandate on our own motion.
Yes.
That is, it's us who went there. Actually, it was never reported. The matter is with us. And lastly, we have a protest-related assaults nationwide. That's the 2024, 2025. But we have amalgamated this together. Those are the 4 high-profile or public interest cases against journalists that we are handling at IPOA.
Yes. So what I'm hearing from IPOA and ODPP is that cases are there and they are moved from ODPP to IPOA. So let's appreciate progress is progress, right? But for us, what we want to see are the actual prosecution of people who have committed crimes against journalists. And at that point, I want to move over to my colleague, TB, Terence. I've heard from IPOA and ODPP the challenges they face in securing a successful prosecution of cases. And I'm sure you can appreciate from where we sit as MCK that challenge, that someone brings a case, tomorrow they say, I am no longer interested in it, or there are no witnesses, or they did not even lodge a formal complaint. So for journalists, and for the benefits of the journalists who are here, what can we do to ensure that from our end, we cover our basics? Yes.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So quickly, just to get to the question Rebecca have asked in regards to how we can ensure that our cases go the full stretch and we end up getting convictions, because I think one thing that will entrench impunity and violations against journalists is the fact that when it happens, the perpetrators are not convicted or no action is taken.
Yes.
So that then sets a bad precedence, because it will happen again, people knowing that it will not go anywhere. So this being a criminal matter, the level of evidence that is required, as the ODPP will say, is beyond reasonable doubt. So the standard of proof is quite high, and that's why you might find a matter is forwarded to the ODPP and it's sent back, because they'll feel the evidence on record. If they do not have statements, then they cannot secure a conviction. So it will be an exercise in futility to be forwarding a matter to court, which the ODPP in their assessment, they're saying, based on the evidence on record, we shall not be able to secure a conviction. So key thing then is the evidence. You have to give your statements. If you have witnesses who can collaborate your case, because the witnesses will strengthen the assertions you are making. You have to ensure that also your witnesses come and also give their statements. As you have mentioned, one of the challenges is, I think when something happens, sometimes it's emotive, and people at that time are very ready to report the matter. But what I even saw from some of the actions that MCK has taken is sometimes even at that county level, these people know each other. The people at the county assembly and the journalists who work in that region know each other. So sometimes something happens, by the time the report is made and action starts, they have reconciled. And that's why you have cases of people not going, you're hearing that statements are not being made. We have had cases of where even MCK goes to intervene, and then when we are meeting the police there or we are meeting the county officials, the journalists do not show up. And it's not a bad thing. The Constitution itself provides for alternative dispute resolution. It's a faster way, and it also maintains the relationship. But when you choose to proceed with a matter, then it's to ensure that all your evidence is submitted and your statements are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Terence, for your response. IPOA have said what they have done. ODPP have spoken about the cases that they have taken to court. I want us now to move to SG and look at the internal aspects of press freedom, because when we talk about media, we are not talking about the external factors. We are also talking about the internal factors, sexual harassment and all that. So, SG, what do you think would be your fair assessment of the press freedom level in terms of internal factors in media houses, and what do we need to ensure that a media practitioner or a journalist is safe within the environment they work in?
Thank you, Rebecca. Number one, from what you've heard from IPOA and ODPP, it means that internally we've done our work. Because I was expecting to hear from IPOA that we are not aware, or from ODPP we are not aware. But at least they have said that they are aware.
Yes.
So it means as the stakeholders, we've done our part to know that they are aware, and these cases are properly brought before them. So I think that should be a clap to the media sector. But at least we've done something. There are some, what is frustrating the process is bureaucracy within the judicial system. Okay, that is okay. But at least for us, we've done our work, and we'll continue doing that. The elephant in the room is internal factors, like you say. That sometimes you'll find that we are our enemies among ourselves. I'll tell you like one of the cases we are dealing with here in the Homa Bay, which is the recent case, whereby our own colleagues have taken money from the person who are the suspect, and now they are being used to influence the person who was attacked to withdraw the case. To the extent that when they were going there for pre-trial, already the lawyer who is representing the aggressor, is saying that the parties have already agreed to settle this matter out of court. And the process was facilitated by a colleague from Homa Bay. So that is factor number one, that even as we accuse and fight for press freedom and defend our colleagues, even as we must also do the same to defend and protect our colleagues. If you are the one who is being given, like this guy was given 50,000 to go and influence this guy to have an out-of-court settlement, the problem is not police, the problem is one of our own. Number two, we've always said that sometimes it's also good to inflect internally what are the mechanisms you're supposed to put in place. It has been said here what Abraham was saying here, that you find that some international media houses, they'll have those protective gear when they are going to cover hostile environment. Internally, do we have those policies? I don't believe so. Maybe because I represent both local and international media. And when I have discussions and negotiations with the international media, they are very specific for journalists who are going to cover external hostile environment, whereby it's mandatory, and the editor has got responsibility to ensure that when the journalist is going out, number one, is properly trained. Number two, is properly kitted so that when you go out there and a stone probably that was thrown and lands on you, it doesn't land on your head, but it lands maybe when you have a helmet. Our editors, they do that. When I was still in newsroom, I was privy to one conversation that was going on between the editorial and the head of security of that media house. Because it's the head of security that keeps these helmets and the protective gear. So this guy was saying that, zilishiwa patia mbili ingine wacha tuweke kidogo. So to him, he doesn't see the urgency and the reason why the media house had procured the protective gear. Yes. He said that nilipatia watu wa TV, nilishawapatia mbili, siwezi waongezea tena. And these people are in need of the protective gear. So to this person, the head of security, instead of this protective gear being given to journalists to go out there, yes, to him, he wants to keep them in a newsroom and may probably just admire them when they're sitting or lying down in his office. Yes. So that is number one. So it means that maybe as the company is procuring this protective gear, yes, there is no policy that is guiding how they are going to be used and how they are going to be given to journalists who are going out there. Yes. Then number three, we always said, and not for a bad reason, that the newsroom managers also need to be brought to speed on matters of law. What is your responsibility as a supervisor? Because the law gives you responsibility to be responsible for the safety of an employee. Let's now talk about, sometimes we don't think that journalists are workers. Yes. But journalists are workers. Occupational Health and Safety Act gives you responsibility as a supervisor. When you are deploying someone to go out there and work, you as an editor, the law gives you responsibility to ensure that this person goes out there, is able to work, and is able to work in a safe environment. Many editors in newsroom don't care. What they'll do when they work in the morning, naambia tumesikia Kibera imeumana, hebu pitia huko waone nini inafanyika huko. The editor doesn't care whether you have got protective gear. Some don't even give you the transport to facilitate you to go to Kibra. He doesn't even ask you, have you ever been to Kibra? They will tell you, hey, wewe pitia huko angalia kitu unaambia alafu unipatie brief how it is going on. Yeah. So it's all about us as leaders in newsroom also to take responsibility before we start accusing the external factors. So those are some of the things. And you asked me about the issue of sexual harassment. Yes. Very briefly. It's an issue that actually, surely, who is harassing our young ladies in newsroom? They're editors. And we don't want to call them out. Yes. We want to come up and give studies and reports. But the people are reporting, sometimes, I was laughing when now there was a report that was being launched by, I think it was the Editors Guild. Yes. And the people being accused in that report are seated there. Now you ask yourself, is that how you are supposed to do things? Because you are saying that, there are this number of sexual harassment in newsroom, there this case. Then when I look at the audience, I see one of the editors who is accused there. Those are some of the things that we have to, sometimes can we also have that internal conversation about ourselves first? Yeah. That when these things are happening, when we are doing these reports, then you are mentioned there. then does it just something just strike you that you need to do something about it? Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, SG. I have given you very well laid out the internal factors in the newsroom that we need to act on in order to ensure that journalists are safe. So let's go constitutional. There are many constitutional guarantees. Patricia, I'm on you now. There are many constitutional guarantees, and Kevin has mentioned some of them, Article 33, 34, 35. So from where you sit, how effective are they to ensure that journalists are safe and secure when they're in their workplace? Are the constitutional guarantees enough? What more do we need to do? Yes.
Okay, thank you. I start by saying that the Constitution is quite progressive in terms of the protections it has provided for us in the rights and the protection of the media. And I think some of the provisions that were highlighted earlier are a testament to this. If I could just highlight two, for instance, besides the national values, which are cross-cutting in all sectors, both public and private, then we look at, for instance, Article 33 on expression is very clear on what is protected speech. But then you find that, and it's also very clear on what speech that is not covered under the protection, and then of course the press freedom. So when you look at the Constitution, the progression is there in terms of the legal protections. But then the issue is, what is the spirit of the Constitution and the practice? And here is where we have the problem. Yes. And one of them, you see it, one, in simply one, non-compliance with the constitutional provisions. I think even when Leo was presenting about the nature of violations, who are the violators? Yes. You can see the violators include both the states or state-sponsored or private actions. That shows that when under Article 21, we have the duty of the state to promote, protect, and rights. But in practice, you see that it does not do that. Then secondly, you see where we have rights provided by the Constitution but are being taken away through new laws or existing laws. And I'll cite maybe two examples. And here the spotlight is on Parliament. We look at, for instance, the Constitution prohibits speech that is, for instance, hate speech or speech that promotes discrimination. But then you have this Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, even the initial one, it went and expanded, which is speech that can be challenged, like publishing false or publishing false information. That is expanding beyond what the Constitution says. Then we have a new amendment under the Cybercrimes Amendment Act that now even broadens that violation by providing offenses that are very broad, by providing prohibitive offenses, by providing, taking away protections such as the data protection, enhancing powers of government agencies without judicial oversight, removing some approval processes, and they are quite broad. When you look at such examples, you see now we have Parliament that is not doing its role of oversight, but also broadening the violations of the Constitution by enacting new laws. Then in the practice, I'm listening to IPOA, prosecution, and of course if the National Police Service, we have and this is where a culture of impunity thrives, where you have one, there are violations prescribed by the law, there are protections provided by the law, but there is inaction, because where we are at, if you look at what was being projected there, we are in a situation where we see systemic violations. Yes. Systemic violations, then we have a situation where there is no action. Up to now, last year alone, we have people who disappeared. Up to now, we don't know where they are. People have died. Journalists have suffered for many years, and even the cases that are being highlighted, even if there's a file before the DPP, what about those other cases? That shows the systemic violation, lack of accountability, and then the redress. What happens to the victims who died or survivors who were actually violated? So that culture of impunity then is enabled by the systemic inaction and non-accountability, and then of course lack of justice for victims or survivors. Yes. And then
final one, please. Maybe
the final one, and
yes.
this one I think I'll borrow from what said earlier.
Yes. Can you use this one? Yes, it's working.
Yeah, fine. Okay, sorry. And then we have, again, also the intersection between the law and the reality. You find that it's simply inaction. like when you talk about the media laws, we find that there are other laws that are existing, and also the culture, the political environment is also enabling that. So when we see citizens being attacked, being prevented from going for protests, or you find a minister, a cabinet secretary giving the police the audacity to shoot, to kill, or you find that people are arrested and charged under terrorism laws, that same threat actually translates to journalists. And we see that that one is going to increase. And that is why we have been taking action such as now moving forward through cases, public interest litigation, we are seeking for personal liability. If Murkomen says that makes remarks that can be used to cause harm, then he should be personally liable. If the IG of police does not take action to prevent harming of protesters and media who are covering protests, then he has a responsibility directly through the command responsibility. And finally, still on liability, if then there is no action or prosecution, then it means the buck stops with someone. If a public official says media should not cover, then we take them to court and say it is wrong to cause media shutdowns for covering public interest matters.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for that. What I'm hearing you saying is that when one hand giveth, another one taketh on this other side. So I want now to come kwa ground. We are often accused of atuskizangi ground. Tom Chepsoi, umesikiza kila mtu, wameongea wote. Wote wameongea, polisi wamejitetea, IPOA ODPP wamejitetea, the oversight body ya polisi wamejitetea, MCK wamejitetea, SG amejitetea, hata amesema tuwapigie makofi. They have done a very good job. Civil society wanasema hao wanajua all the legal moves that need to take place. So from where you sit, and I want you to just put your answer in 2 minutes. It's not that I'm restricting you, because I want us to wind up and at least everyone has a chance to say the final word. Where is the weak link in all this?
Thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everybody. Ground, remember your ground. And I want to speak on behalf of my few colleagues. You've mentioned Chege and my few colleagues who are here, including Chepkwony and Kyoko Kivandi. I had my friend Tom here used a rider that politicians usually use it. Ya kwamba tuko pamoja. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja kweli? I want to hear from you. Tuko pamoja kweli? The thing, Rebecca, is this, and I like what Wakili puts it, and I had asked her to be my lawyer on pro bono services until I get a position somewhere. Some people promised me in the village that I will become somebody in 2027. But the point is this, I'm speaking from the experience of being a victim of what we do here. In April, I was attacked after an event in Marigat, and I went through 2 surgeries, and it's out of good luck that I'm here. And I'm equally disappointed with my friend Tom here. He doesn't have my name in the list. Having a survivor, and I've come through all that. But of course, aside from that, the truth is what Wakili has said is, I've seen a ping pong kind of play between the DPP and IPOA. It is very easy to play that card, because you say we don't have a witness in this particular case, and you can easily have your armrest in the office and wait for that witness to come in. Or you hope maybe I have talked with my friend in Marigat and agreed to share a goat, or maybe the 50,000 SG was talking about. But the truth is this, there is inaction in what the public, the duty bearers have. For example, my case in April, I was attacked, I reported, I have shared witnesses, and we're talking about in August. Up to now, no one has been arrested, no one has been taken to court, and nothing seriously has been done about the case. So and I'm a chairman of a committee called Baringo Journalists Association. So if they can clobber the chairman and put him in hospital and nothing happens,
Chair.
so you can imagine Roy and the team, what will happen to them? I know the Secretary General is laughing here, but it's not a laughing matter. I agree. Now the point is this: if the DPP have not acted, the old public prosecution have not taken any action. What is the unassurity? And the point is this: where is the weakness in all this? Is the implementation and enforcement of these crimes.
Yes.
Because if nothing happens,
yes.
it impedes impunity. It brings complicity in what the police are doing and the victims.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, there's a point, Rebecca, when I went to DCI, almost there,
yes.
nasikiza ground. When I went to the DCI office, you know what they tell you, Tom, unajua hii watu walikupiga ni marafiki zako. Do you know what that does? One, the intention is to scare you, to intimidate you, to push you to leave that case aside. Because if somebody tells you ile watu wamekuattack ni watu wanakujua, one, it tells you to take a back seat, avoid those stories and the same. But honestly, some of us are not pushovers. I've realized when you're almost dying, you cannot even feel that you are dying. So the point is this: there is little that the DPP and IPO have done about our cases. As far as my friend will be diplomatic and say we are friends, we work together. On 2nd last year, my colleague Ken Ruto, yes. Allow me, I'll finish with this one.
Yes.
On 2nd November,
yes.
On 2nd November last year, my colleague Ken Ruto with NTV was arrested for covering an event in Kapindasum.
Yes.
And what happened is, and politicians said the media were acting a drama in Kapindasum. And I would assume the guitarists who are police officers probably might have been playing the drum. But the point is they arrested him, they took his phone, and later on they returned it, wakasema, kuna M-Pesa tuliona ulitumiwa. You know, they belittled the whole case to look like a petty drama and the same. Finally.
Finally.
In February, my colleague Chipkony and the team of KTN, we went to a mining site in Baringo South.
Yes.
And we were global and tulibebwa sako kwa baku venye Umurunga anasema, tulibebwa moja kwa moja tukipigwa makofi mpaka ndani ya gari na wakatufungia gari na wakatusukumia ipande mlima. We reported that case, we submitted the witness and we recorded statement, but trust me, nothing has happened so far.
Thank you, Tom. We all can hear the pain in Tom's voice here. Kwa ground si kupoa, si ndio? Now let's move to the audience. I know some of you have got burning questions. Tutaanza wapi Leo? Let's start there, and then we'll take that one. We'll take Dina. We have one at the back, yes, and this one, and then at the back I'll give you a chance to. Yes, we still have time. Yes, and please let's do this. When you're asking a question, usipeane rogano. That story in Kikuyu. Let's just stick to the point. Ask the question and allow the panelists to answer after you have all asked. I'm taking notes.
Okay.
Please take notes too. Yes.
So it simply means I don't even tell you my name.
Please do. Your name, please.
Okay, my name is Paul Masese. I serve at Center for Enhancing Democracy and Good Governance. I'm also the convener of Nakuru Civil Society Organizations Forum. I have 3 comments.
Yes.
One, what played out between IPO and ODPP is an experience we are well too aware of. I can only recommend to them that they sit down and they have a platform to do so, to put their house in order. They're very important in promoting access to justice.
Yes.
Number 2 is to the family that we call media. Tom says belongs to a committee called Association, Journalists Association. Then we have Secretary General, Kenya Union of Journalists. I think we need to strengthen the protection mechanism for journalists. I speak as one who has experience responding to SOS by Nakuru-based journalists and sometimes others beyond. And I know we really need to do something about either strengthening the union or the association, but there appears to be some kind of discord. And that is how easy it becomes then to attack journalists.
Yes.
The third is with regard to, and I think the SC said this, we need to find a way of improving the terms, not now the conditions, the terms. When survival conflicts with honor, then survival takes precedence. So no wonder then journalists can take 50,000 and accept to defeat justice. So a bit of advocacy on ensuring that journalists are better remunerated. And now the last one, from the last panel, we need to focus more advocacy on tech companies. If we are talking about accountability, it must begin at source. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masesa. We move on to, there was someone here at the middle.
Who was that?
No. Okay, let's just give the gentleman at the end and then we give dinner. Yes.
All right. Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now my question is to the ODPP.
Yes.
Nakuru is a county.
Please, your name, please.
My name is Ogola.
Ogola.
And it's a city. And the office is a regional office. What is this about taking some cases here back to Nairobi? Is Nairobi more superior? And what are they going to do with those cases there that we cannot do it here?
Thank you. Right to the point. Dina, please.
I'm only wondering what would have happened if the National Police Service was on this panel. Because the back passing now would have gotten interesting. But I want just to give something that I learned from my previous work at the Council on Advocacy. There's a time that we really felt the pressure because journalists feel that it's MCK that should give them justice, but we felt that we needed to direct the questions to the right person. So we sent the cases, around 20 of them, to the ODPP. That was a while ago, like 3 years ago. ODPP returned a verdict that they have insufficient investigation, so the cases, the files have not left NPS. Going back to NPS, NPS said actually 70% of the cases collapsed because the complainants did either withdrew or they didn't turn up to give evidence. I'm not blaming journalists. The point I want to emphasize is that, and Terence already said that there's nothing wrong with out-of-court settlements, only that when you become disinterested in your case and let it collapse, you are not doing injustice only to yourself, but also to the rest of your colleagues, because you are setting a bad precedent. That's an opportunity for justice that has been denied. So let's also look internally to see that as a complainant, you have a very big role to play in the success of your case. Two, while we are still on NPA, awajanilipa ni waongelele, but I'm just sharing experiences. In previous joint engagements that we have had with NPS, they usually tell us that there is sub-protocol that is involved in acquiring those protective gears that we are talking about. So editors have a responsibility, yes, but most of them do not know that, for example, to get a helmet or a bulletproof jacket, you need a license from the National Police Service.
Yes.
So we have been involved, and Rebecca, you know how we have had to rescue people and international journalists whose jackets and helmets have been confiscated because of lack of those licenses. So I think in terms of advocacy, there is also a lot of work that needs to be done.
Thank you, Dina. There's a question from a gentleman here in front, and then we move to the back, please. Yes, please take note. Kila mtu ashike yake. You will be giving the winding up remarks and responding. Yes. Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Josephat Karanja,
Yes.
an advocate for persons with disabilities and the founder of Beyond Barriers Empowerment Network. My concerns are few. One of them is the advocacy for increase in psychological support for journalists ama people working in the newsroom, because ukiangalia the situations whereby, like your case, you said ulikimbia from Kencom without shoes. As much as the situation was traumatizing physically, psychologically still it was traumatizing in a way. So there is a need, and I'm advocating for a rise in psychological support. Again, on the other hand, when it comes to reporting, especially disability stories, it is highly advised to share success stories, because they will, as much as they will sell more, they will still create a positive information towards disabilities awareness and disability inclusion. On that note still, there are different terminologies that are advised to be used when reporting or when addressing the disability community. There are words that you should not use because they will, in a way, hurt members of that community. So it's highly advised to learn that as well. Finally, there's a challenge in identifying or having journalists who have disabilities. We may say it's a qualification issue, but we have so many students with disabilities who are trained on journalism, mass communication, and all that, but they don't get to points where they get employed in the newsrooms or in the media stations, all because of the perception that maybe disability is a negative thing, in quotes.
Thank you very much, Josephat, for that. We go to the end, we take 2 questions, and then we go. As Leo is working, I remember I was covering an event, and I referred to someone with disability as someone living with disability. So he turned to me and told me, am I married to my disability? Is my disability my sister? You don't live with, you are a person with disability. Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Openda.
Yes.
I am a reporter working with the Nation Media. I also serve as the chairperson of the Nakuru Journalists Association. So I have 2 concerns based on what has just been presented by our panelists. And number 1, the first question is or goes to the IPOA and the ODPP. And this is a concern that is tied to what my colleague Mjomba has just raised, the fact that the case is taking so long. And one of the reasons is because we have an agency that is in Nakuru County and has to take a case to Nairobi for it to proceed to the next stage. Now, we understand that in this country, a lot of things have been decentralized. So these agencies are supposed to work hand in hand. What is the biggest problem? Having IPOA regional office in Nakuru engaging the ODPP in Nakuru, because from what the ODPP, Mr. Tom, sorry, Mr. Imbali has just said, is like he really doesn't understand the status of one case, which is very specific to us, the case of Catherine Wanjeri. He really doesn't understand at what stage that case is, because he's just told us that the case is still with the IPOA, and the IPOA chairperson has just confirmed that the case is at the desk of ODPP. That simply means he doesn't understand. Yes. So we would want to see you guys working together and be able to engage and understand. An assault case is just like a criminal case. Why can't you just work together so that you handle that case as a normal criminal case and we are able to get the answers?
Thank you very much.
On the second question is about the cases. That is the final question.
Yes.
Is about the civil cases that have been filed for compensation on behalf of the affected journalists. My concern is with the agencies that are filing these cases. The thing is, why don't you engage the affected victims when you're filing these cases? For example, for the case of Wanjeri, we just realized that the case had been filed, yet even the person or the victim or Wanjeri herself had not been informed that this case is going to be filed. You only realize that the case has already been filed. The moment that you're learning about it, or the time you are being sent a copy, you realize that the case has already been filed. And in this case is whereby you realize the agencies or the petitioner has really missed on very, very crucial information, things to do with the dates, when the case will be coming the next time, and why we are filing this kind of a petition and not the other one, and then why are you waiting until now the cases are many so that you start filing that petition? Why can't you just do it?
Yes.
Act promptly when the case has happened. Why don't you just act promptly and engage the victim properly and give them the proper information so that once you file this case, they feel that we are working together?
Thank you, Penda, for that question. We'll take a final one, and then we'll give the panelists each a minute to respond and give their final remarks. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Kyoko Wakivandi. I'm from Egerton University. You never gave us an opportunity to ventilate in the first panel, but my question to that would be, yes. No, just allow me because it's connected to this.
Yes.
And I would have loved to hear from the presenters then, and especially from Quinta, that if gender is about an equal power distribution among the sexes, then to what extent does impunity reduce when we have women, taking leadership positions? Because we have always identified that as one of the gaps.
Yes.
And then from this current discussion, it is becoming clear, and I've actually interacted with the justice sector in Nakuru for a while and in several other counties. For journalists in this region, and perhaps in the country, the justice mechanisms are not working for us, all right? So is it possible then to expand, to have a pragmatic discussion on how we are going to expand justice mechanisms so that they can work for us? And I would like Tom, before he leaves, perhaps to explain to us how the plea bargaining and the diversion, as explained in the ODPP Act and so on, how it can help journalists get justice. Yes. And then, to what extent, and perhaps this can also be answered by IPOA, and even the advocates and every other person, to what extent is command responsibility applicable in crimes against journalists? Because, for instance, in the Catherine Wanjeri case, we had really pushed for this. So I don't know whether, that was from the petition. I don't know whether IPOA could see this moving forward. And as you respond to this, but anyway, the case is before court, but whatever it is, you can answer, without prejudicing the court process at hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions, audience. Now I'll come back to the panelists, and I think Mwalimu has nominated you to start. So I'd like you to answer the questions that pertain to you. Why are you referring a case to Nairobi when Nakuru is a regional? Yes, it's you, Tom. Then I also want you to respond to the question of how can we, of course, that's the evolution of cases, why the ping pong between you and ODPP. Then when you finish, you hand the mic over to him. Can also respond so that we finish. And as you're doing that, give your final remarks and 1 minute. Yes.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much. I think the DPP nominated me, alikuwa amesikiza ground, ni kubaya.
Kubaya.
Now, let me tell you something. And it will make things very easy if you understand the role of the DPP. We prosecute cases.
Yes.
We can only swing into action, if I may use those words, once we get files from NPS and IPOA. Now, this is the thing. We are not the ones who forward files to Nairobi to IPOA. Once they take over investigations, it is their office that forwards files to Nairobi, and we have to wait until we get feedback for us to make a decision to charge. But you see, I'm not laying blame to say we are enjoined here, we and the police, because everybody out there knows as prosecution to be police, ODPP, IPOA, EACC, anybody who does investigations. But please, be fair to us and know we have policies in the office. In fact, like here, I'm telling you, I got a file from his office on 20th, and by 29th, I had dispatched the same. I cannot make a decision before I get findings from them. That is number one. Number two, with what Ogola is asking, and Openda, I think I've also answered that. Yes. Mr. Openda, Mr. Ogola, for heaven's sake, excuse me, it is IPOA who forwards files to ODPP. Let me tell you about our office. We have very clear policies that says, for example, we will forward files that are in respect to politically exposed persons, okay, or mostly cases of public interest that interest the DPP. But everything else that comes on my desk here, as the regional coordinator, I handle, not just for Nakuru, for the entire 13 counties that I man.
So what do we need to ensure that when a journalist case lands to you, it has the same RRI as the other cases?
The thing is this.
Yes.
I've told you, Madam Rebecca,
Yes.
I went to the county commander myself with a team to find out about the case. That is where they swung into action and took over.
Thank you
Now
very
we cannot get involved with investigations unless we just guide.
Let's hand over to Mr. Kaimenyi.
Can I say something?
Yes, the final.
Just the final thing.
Yes.
And I agree with all of you. We must sit down and find a way on how to mitigate this. And one of the things that we did when I came here, Kaimenyi can be kind to me and tell me, I went to his office with a team, and we sat down on a round table and said, let's try to expedite these processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kaimenyi, ball on your court.
Thank you. As my colleague has said,
yes.
There are some those internal policies that maybe at my level may not be able to change directly. But at this point, maybe with the new commissioners of IPOA who took over beginning of this year, there is a need to review actually. We sat in a meeting last month and need to cut off Nairobi, communication from Nairobi. But also, we're operating on a background of resource and capacity gaps challenge. We may not have all legal officers. We have a limited number of legal officers in Nairobi, and they need to review this file. I do not have a legal officer at my regional office here. We have a capacity, for example, of IPOA currently of around 400 staff against an approved workforce of 1,700 by the SRC. That is barely 30%.
Yes.
I have a number of 7 investigators here, South Rift Nakuru, against 5 counties in Nakuru. In Nairobi, overall, IPOA, we may have less than 200 investigators against more than, I think, 100,000 police officers. So there's a capacity and resource gaps.
Yes.
The policies, as he's saying, once I deliver my file, it's done. We review here, we take to Nairobi for a technical committee that involves the commissioners and our legal experts. Yes. They do those gaps, they call it filling the gaps. Sometimes they can even send the file here. As I told you last time, investigations is not an easy job. We cannot read it sometimes on my personal capacity to fast track investigations. Once I have all the details as required, sometimes even my legal technical committee from Nairobi may send back a report to me, to my investigator, to do some filling up of those gaps. Once they are convinced it can meet the threshold, they forward to the ODPP. Interestingly, yes, we have a number of files in the ODPP. And some of them is, we are talking about June last year and July this year, which are very sensitive. Hello?
Yes.
Tuko pamoja.
Tuko
you know
pamoja.
what I'm saying,
Yes.
So obviously,
yes.
they are somewhere gathering dust. There's nobody who want to take that file, na peane.
Yes.
But once they are done, they write and they take, they concur with our investigations, which normally happens over 80%. They write directly to my CEO.
Yes.
Then the CEO will send to me.
Yes.
That's now where me and my friend Imbal here, we link up now.
Thank you very much. So what I am hearing Tom and Mr. Kaimenyi saying is that there is a lot of work that needs to be done between those two agencies to expedite cases that land on them and ensure that there is a prosecution. Now I come to SG. Someone, I think Openda has said something about when we lodge cases, some of the survivors are not aware. So what do we do? What is your proposal? Here we are finding solutions, yeah?
Thank you.
Yes. Very quickly, please. Yes.
What we do as KUJ, we provide a lawyer.
Yes.
Once we provided a lawyer, we link the lawyer with the victims. Then they connect and the work is taken to court. What remains of us is to pay the lawyer. The missing link here I see is the victims working with by the lawyers and the relevant authorities. I can challenge you, how many of you have gone to the IPOA just to find out where their case is, or to ODPP? Because that's the missing link. That you are a victim, you sit down there and you do not follow up on these things. Yet in other areas we see other people who have been violated, working with the relevant organizations and going to IPOA to find out, please give us our file, imefika wapi. We go to ODPP, where is our file? Because what is happening here, what I'm hearing between ODPP and IPOA is normal, like my colleague there had said. That is normal bureaucracy. By the end of the day, you realize, by the time you get that case has already been killed. The files are moved, because you are accusing police officers, right, who are handling all this investigation. So by the time the file is moving from IPOA to ODPP, they look at the loopholes, how can we kill this case? By the time you'll be filing this case, you'll be filing a very weak case. And that is why the private prosecution is the way to go, Mr. Openda. That is the way to go. And what Kioko has said, because in that case of Wanjeri and colleagues in Nakuru, we are able to go for the command responsibility. And in that case, what we are asking for in the court, in the petition, we are asking for the court, for the judge to order the commander of Nakuru County to provide the list of all officers who are in that operation, so that we are able to narrow down on the specific officer we are looking at. I am sure that's the kind of the game that is going on between IPOA and the ODPP. They don't want to get the individual officers or to hold the commander, county commander, responsible. It's logical like that way. So that's what I want to say, that for the cases that have been successful, which are being mentioned, all of them are private prosecution.
Yes.
So that, because like you see, like right now you see, already a case had been filed for the Wanjeri case. But you are being told the file is either within IPOA and ODPP. Yes. But there's already a case that is live in court. Lastly, there's the case of, what Dina was saying, the problem you're also having is this issue of withdrawal of cases. It is a major, major problem. There's a time I was nearly jailed because some guys, our colleagues have come to the office. Yes. We've filed a case. We've taken a case to court. They have gone behind our back. They have agreed with the employer. They have gone to court. So we are there. They are saying that, no, this guy, we actually withdrawn. So the judge was saying that, why were you wasting our time? Because they say that, actually, to the extent that they were saying that they even never instructed us to take the matter to court. Yet these guys come to court and even filed affidavit. So that is also another, actually is the biggest problem. Colleagues withdrawing cases or losing interest when the case is going on.
Thank you, Eric. We now go to 1 minute, Terence. You tell us, what do we do to strengthen protection mechanisms for journalists? 1 second, then we come to Patricia, and then Tom, and we conclude.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes. Very quickly.
1 second is a bit short. I'll do 1 minute. All right. Probably, I just want to propose solutions, because that's what we are here to do.
Yes, true.
Now, the first thing I would be proposing is I would be urging, because as Dina mentioned, there's a lot of back and forth happening in regards to the prosecution of cases. And as I mentioned earlier, unless we have convictions which shall then create a deterrence, so that people know, and as my colleague from Katiba has said, that people can actually be held personally liable for these offenses. So once we have a case where, if it's a police officer, if it's people at the county assembly being held personally liable for violations they have done, then that will be the first point of addressing this violation. So I would urge the relevant government agencies, as somebody mentioned, we can sit together, we can talk, and see how to effectively handle violations against journalists. Number two, I would be urging Parliament. We have jurisdictions which have specific laws to protect journalists. We need to have specific clauses that actually just deal with violations against journalists who are undertaking their duty, because in actually some jurisdictions we have seen, offenses against journalists are actually treated as offenses against human rights or constitutional offenses. And they attract a harsher penalty than ordinary offenses. So if you beat a journalist who's undertaking their duty, you'll find that maybe the penalty the court will give you will be higher than if it was an ordinary fight between members of the public. Just two more.
Okay.
All right.
Summarize.
So I'll also encourage the media houses to invest in security and training of their journalists, because part of it comes from internal, as the SG said. Also, I'll be urging the members of the public to stand up for press freedom. not every case involving a journalist actually needs to be a criminal matter.
Yes.
You have a code of conduct which is enforced by the Media Council. You have your Complaints Commission. So if there's a breach in terms of ethical obligations that a journalist has to adhere to, some of them can actually be addressed through non-criminal, because we are just looking at IPOA and ODPP, yet some of the cases can be addressed at the Complaints Commission level.
Yes.
Finally, the last statement, Rebecca, I see you looking at me. It's a statement.
Yes.
So what I'll say,
Yeah.
when we are trying to protect press freedom,
Yes.
actually what we are doing is protecting the public right to know.
To know,
And we
yes.
are actually protecting democracy.
Yes.
So what I'll say is protection of justice for one journalist is actually justice for all.
For all. Thank you very much. You've closed it very well. Patricia, to you. I want you to address something Josephat said as you close in 1 minute, the issue of psychological support for journalists. I know you are you deal with the Constitution, but what provisions are there to ensure that journalists get the mental health support they need constitutionally, and also if there are any other proposals you'd make? 1 second. And then Tom, tayarisha yako. 1 second.
Well, 1 second is a challenge, but let me say, under the Constitution, when the Constitution says it, we have the right to security, protection from any harm. It actually says protection from both physical and psychological harm.
Yes.
And the other laws that enable that. I think the challenge also here would be to the police, the DPP, when you're thinking about taking up cases for prosecution, think what does the evidence look like for psychological harm? And we tie this with the earlier discussion earlier in the day, where technology enabled violence does not involve physical harm sometimes, but the bigger impact is psychological harm. So there needs to be some research around it, capacity, and then also trying with some cases, maybe even public interest cases,
Yes.
because their protection is legally there.
Yes.
Allow me to respond also to Masese about the big techs.
Yes.
And I do agree with him that if I tie in with the earlier discussion, there's an issue for corporate responsibility. And in Kenya, we've seen it in the issue of where Facebook, for instance, has been taken, the Meta have been taken to court because of harmful content online. We have seen, and this is a threat to journalists, where slap suits are instituted by corporates against journalists who try to report cases that are against them as a deterrent. And then we also saw the issues of internet shutdowns during the protests. There was an element of corporate liability there.
Yes.
And then even the abductions and access to private data. So there, I do agree, advocacy is one of them, but we need to go further, like even take these corporates to court, because they also have a duty under the Constitution. Support journalists with more capacity building to detect where that harm is coming through corporate liability, and even research and research and capacity strengthening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As the photographer comes over for a group photo, Tom, close up. Solution.
A quick
what
one.
would be the solution?
Solution, actually.
Moja
That's-
tu. Yes.
Moja tu. Actually, ni
Timo,
moja.
please. Yes.
The safety mechanism that this Bwire had mentioned and the CEO. When a journalist is injured or lose properties,
Yes.
let's help Leo and the team
Yes.
to have a law that is protecting these journalists when they get such injuries. Let's have it in law that will protect these journalists in terms of pay and insurance. It goes a long way so that it cushions them, so that it doesn't compromise their work in their duties. And then finally, I want to appreciate the Media Council and the Katiba Institute for actually allowing me to join the panel. Let's encourage these young journalists to join the team of SG in the future, so that we have the capacity. Saa zingine inaanza pole pole until it becomes something. And finally, I want us to appreciate the Nation Media Group for allowing Bridget Ngana to be the regional chief at the Nation Media Group. If you applause that, I will truly appreciate. Please to begin Nation Media Group. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, my very engaging panel. I truly appreciate. Let's have a good photo. And thank you very much, my educating audience.
Najua watu wamechoka. Lunch is being served in the next few minutes, but can we stand up? Can we stand up, all of us? I'm requesting all of us to stand up. We've been sitting for the longest time. It's good for your mental health. Please stand up, breathe, breathe. Thank you for the photographers. Breathe, we are winding up. Just to remind us that the day was commemoration of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists 2025. And I think we have done a pretty good job. So I'm going to ask us to clap for everybody who has been on this stage. And this is how we are going to do it. This is how we are going to do it. We are going to do the Baba na Mama. I mean, look at Becky. Becky has been standing on heels for the last 1 hour plus. That's a lot of commitment, isn't it? So we must appreciate this, the commitment that we have, these people have brought to us by doing the Baba na Mama. Si munajua Baba na Mama? Twende, Baba na Mama. 1, 2, 3. What? Oh. Becky, asante. Christine, asante. To our speakers, asubuhi, asante. Katiba, asante. Media Council, CEO, asante. Na kwa sisi wote wananchi watukufu, asante. Funga. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to invite Mr. Masai to the stage. Let's sit down. Let's sit down for 1 minute. Because the way forward, the way forward, guys at the back, journalists at the back, please, let's relax a little. The way forward is going to be simple. We are going to have a report from this, and the report is going to be published on the Media Council website in the next 1.5 months. And then from there, we are going to start engaging, particularly on the cases that are in the various offices, the IPOA, the police, because there are many that are stuck at the OCS and OCPDs and the DCI offices that have not been mentioned here. Then we are going to start engaging on those reports with the leadership of the CEO and the various sectoral institutions that are here. So, I mean, basically that's going to be the way forward. This meeting, of course, like I said, is convened by the Department of Press Freedom and Advocacy, for which I'm the manager, and organized through the Directorate of Media Training and Development, and we appreciate that. So I request Katiba to come forward, and our Secretary, Temesi, please to come forward, Mr. Masai to come forward, and Eric Oduor, the people who spoke in the morning. Katiba had some gifts, appreciation for committing to be here. So come to the front and get your gift and then we will allow the Ms. Christine Kuria, Deputy Director, Executive Director, Katiba Institute, to do the closing remarks. And I must say that without the support from Katiba, we will not be having this in this venue because of EGP. Currently, government is not procuring. It is difficult to procure anything, actually absolutely difficult. We can't procure. So, Lorraine, where's Lorraine? Jerry? No, lazima kuja na upigwe picha kama umepewa. That was very local. Kuja na your gift upigwe picha hapa. Nani mwingine hajapewa? Tukae hapa, tukae zinakuja. Oh, they're here. That's Masai, wait here. Bwana Masai. Chukua yako basi. Who gave the authority? Sasa wapigwe picha. We must have evidence to our donors. Isn't it? We must display that evidence. Yeah? Tunaomba unaweza zima projector. The cameraman is asking whether you can switch off the projectors. Thank you. All right, now you proceed. And then please, Deputy Executive, come and do the closing remarks. Ionekane vizuri, si ndio? Si ndio? Is what every journalist is looking up. Thank you. So so gentlemen, ladies, the closing remarks, and then we can have lunch and go home. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Allow me to make these remarks. I know it's been a long day. It's been a day where we have learned a lot. And it's my hope that one of the key lessons, one of the key things I tell myself in every session that I attend is to make a demand on the session. So I hope you made a demand on this session because you've been here from 8:30 all the way to, I think it's now almost 2:30. So I hope you've made a demand on the session and that you've taken something home with you that you're going to implement going forward. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of ourselves and on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya. We are partners that continue to work together. And the essence of this is because we believe as Katiba Institute the role of media in enhancing transparency, in enhancing accountability. It's one thing, as somebody has said, it's one thing to speak about transparency and accountability, but we've seen the challenges. Every time we are talking about access to information, we have seen the challenges that are faced by the fourth estate, the journalists, as you're trying to ensure that members of the public are aware of what is happening and that public officials are held to account for ensuring that the Constitution is protected. So I just want to say thank you to each and every person that participated today. I want to thank our key speakers, starting with our Secretary for Information, Mr. Temesi. Thank you so much for accepting to stay with us all through the session. We don't take it for granted. Asante sana. On behalf of, we want to also thank our, I heard he's called DOO. He's not here, but this partnership is made possible because of Katiba Institute and MCK working together. We are those brothers and sisters who hatuachani anytime soon. So we are here to stay. So anytime you see MCK, just know Katiba is somewhere. And anytime you see Katiba, just know MCK is somewhere around the corner. I want to thank Mark Masai on behalf of the Kenya Editors Guild, Asante sana for accepting to make the remarks. And of course, the County Commissioner Representative, Mr. Kibara, I think he's since left. And of course, each panelist, I know it takes time to prepare, to think through, to summarize your thoughts. The facilitators have been key in saying 1 minute, 1 second, and I know there was the temptation to say a lot and a lot more, but we have been encouraged. I think it was brief and precise, the issues we discussed, the challenges we discussed, but most importantly, the solutions that were raised. So let's agree that the next day of 2026, we shall not be discussing the same challenges. We shall have gone a step ahead to address some of these challenges. I know some of them cannot be addressed overnight or in 1 year, but I'm sure there are those low-hanging fruits that we are able to pick and to address even as we go forward. So asanteni sana to each and every one of you who accepted to come here, to sit through the sessions. I trust that you've picked something that you're going to go and implement going forward. So thank you so much. Asante sana. Where is Victor Bwire? He's left, huh? So thank you so much on behalf of Katiba Institute and on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya. Asanteni sana. Go well. Na, is it time to say Merry Christmas yet? Have good holidays tusipopatana. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Lunch is served. Lunch is served. Bon appetit. Good appetit. Thank you.